If the YouTube peeps can let me know if they can hear, that would be awesome. And then we're ready to go. So there was sirens. There were air defense sirens alerts in Iran. They're happening right now. So when I say they were, they're still happening. You heard during the live interview with Professor Fawad that these sirens are live right now and it's happening. Guys, on YouTube, is it audio working? Let me ask these guys. And then we'll be ready to go. And please like and subscribe. Yeah, awesome. Let me just pin that one. Sound is good, brilliant. Okay, so guys, yeah, we're back on the X then. Retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Okay, so let me explain to you what was happening. So, Professor, and what that means is, and apparently there were some micro drones that were attacking or doing reconnaissance, and so they were basically hit, and they were targeted. So that's kind of where we're at. Obviously, we don't know if these are drones that are essentially doing the reconnaissance for a likely attack today or tomorrow. We know Trump was presented with the 3 different options today. So we're going to have to wait and see, is this going to escalate to the level that we think it's going to escalate? Lots to figure out about in terms of what's going on. I'm just going to put the YouTube link out as well so everybody's aware that we're live. Oops, that's not the right one. I need it for the space. Lots of news actually, but luckily we gave it to you as we were doing the interview, so that was quite good, so you didn't miss out on any of the news. And you knew exactly what was happening. But let me just put it in here. Live on YouTube. And join the conversation. Okay, cool. So that's out. Got Andrew here as well. Let me pin. Oops, wrong one. Pin that one there. Okay, cool. So the YouTube link is in the nest. We're live. Just want to welcome Andrew onto the stage. Andrew, how are you? How's things?
Yay, Suleiman, doing great, thank you. I got about half of your last interview in there, and what I'm trying to reload that. I hope I don't know why I had to post it twice. I'm looking for that to appear, but with Professor Zadi, anyway, I can really sense this, that as we go into this deeper and deeper, I can really sense where the Iranians and the moral resistance, we keep having to say, repeating the same thing over and over, and this is good. We have to. Iran's clearly watching these events take place. We realize that the U.S. probably most likely will strike again somehow, some way, and so we stay with it. But folks, please repost this space and listen to the interviews, because the things are so dynamic. I mean, things are changing by the minute, and unless we keep updated, it's real easy to get behind on what's happening, and that hurts in the long run here. And I'm going to be also posting a response. When we were in our conversation yesterday in the space with Mango, and I was talking about the U.S. Navy, a very critical person who's done a lot of research came out with real strong response of, how dare you, being a U.S. naval officer, how dare you? You have basically implying that I'm a hypocrite in serving my country. No, I am absolutely proud of my service for my country. Yes, I love the United States of America. I am very proud of the United States Navy. I'll never deny that. However, I will call out wrongdoing. And by the way, I'm preparing a very robust response to that woman, and I want to have an open debate with her, if possible, if she'll come on a debate. But I think that might be helpful, Suleiman, but I don't want to blow off on the side note on that. but I am with the moral resistance, and I do speak out against all genocide and wrong actions by the United States government. And yes, we've all made mistakes. Yes, I made mistakes. Yes, in my past. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, line me up there. But for the past 15 years, I've come out of that. I used to be a Zionist in the sense I grew up in that. So if this a nice Jewish lady would like to confront me on that, I'm open to debate, but I stand on the record that I speak out against it now. So Suleiman, God bless you, my dear brother, and all in the moral resistance. We have to keep fighting a good fight. Love you all. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Appreciate you. Let's go to Mango. Mango, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
Well, it's constantly like a will they or won't they that's been going on for weeks now. Especially,
Your mic's a bit
it
weird.
looks
Like
like
it's
it's a
like you're
little.
using a. It sounds like you're using a voice modulator, but it
Oh,
sounds weird.
is it bad or something? Is the mic bad?
No, it just doesn't sound like you.
It's cutting out a little, Mangoes.
It's like a voice modulator.
It might be where I am, like relative to my Wi-Fi thing. I'll go back closer to where the modem is in a second. But no, I was just saying that it looks a little bit more likely now that, Israel's saying the war is going to restart and they're escalating on some things on their end. But, I don't know. I've been fooled so many times. There's been so many times where Trump has made, I mean, the guy bluffs like every day or two, and he says he's going to do some big thing and then he doesn't do it. So, I mean, I think eventually it is going to happen, but I have no idea if this time is going to be the time.
You sent me a
Yeah,
message. I
by the
didn't have
way.
a chance to look at it. What was that about?
Yeah, and by the way, it's always when it's coming to Friday, it's always more likely because for some reason he loves to do it once the markets close.
Mango, you also sent me a message. I didn't get a chance to read it. What was it about?
Oh yeah, so the Tucker Carlson network put out a thread of posts talking about how they've massively increased their global audience. And I just sent it to you, and I was like, yeah, I was right. Because remember, we're talking about Tucker Carlson, and I was saying that was a big thing he was trying to do is instead of just being with an American audience, he was trying to grow to a global audience. And it looks like that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, yeah. Andy, any response to that?
Yeah, I think it is interesting that he's growing, and I mean, he's been talking a lot about foreign policy and speaking out against Israel, so it's not shocking that he'd have more people overseas listening to what he's talking about because again, these are global topics. Being under the boot of Zionism is something that does not just affect the US, it affects Europe, it affects the Middle East. So, yeah, it's not shocking that he has more of a global audience now that he's not just focusing on the stale right versus left dynamic of the US. Like if he's just like before his Fox News show, for example, and he's more focused on just the partisan issues like, oh, immigration. And like obviously he was like when he was more focused on that, that wouldn't have appealed as much to a global audience, but these are issues that affect all of us. Like this war could trigger a global recession or a depression. So these are issues that deeply affect everyone around the world, no matter where you live. No one is safe from this unless you are like mega rich and have millions and millions of dollars saved away. So yes, there's no surprise that everyone's tuning into Tucker because he's one of the few pundits that is actually tackling this with an honest lens. Obviously, Solomon is, and that's why Solomon has a global audience as well. I mean, you just look at this panel, we have people all around the world joining this space.
Do I sound any better now, by the way?
Yeah, much better. How big was his audience globally? Has he got a bigger global audience than me, or have I got a bigger American audience than him?
I think it's pretty big. Look at the post that I sent you. They posted a chart or something saying how big it was.
All right, cool. I'll check it. Herc, jump in with your thoughts.
I came up to speak about the Chris Mortensen interview, but
Yeah,
since
go for
Andrew,
it. Go for it.
since Andrew came up and was attacked in the comments section, I think I'd like to address that first. I have a friend who's a submariner, ex-submariner, and he worked on nuclear subs, and he told me that even if he was engaged in a naval incident that could be described as a war crime, he couldn't tell anybody that he was on a particular boat in a particular region and they had this incident. That alone could get him before a military tribunal where your rights are very limited. For instance, Reality Winner couldn't discuss even her state of mind because she was a drone operator and she felt guilty about a report she read where anywhere from 90 to 99% of the targets that she was selecting were innocent people were involved in getting killed. And I think that led to her stealing some documents. But I digress. Correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew. Even if you were engaged in something where you had to blow the whistle and it got killed, you couldn't speak about it to us.
Yeah, several times. I don't know how long you've been in this space, but going back 60 days, I would get 3 and 4 messages and comments about, oh, Andrew hiding behind his NDAs, non-disclosure acts, and this one imbecile would say, you know what? Why does Suleiman let you speak? Because you keep saying I'm not at liberty to talk about that. But absolutely, yes. I mean, literally, I could be court-martialed because I'm a retired naval officer and be called back to active duty and court-martialed. I literally read pages of non-disclosures that I literally signed. It would scare the hell out of even a hardcore, like, I don't give a shit person. And there are ops and things that we did, and I'm not at liberty to talk about it, and I won't, and I'm not, and I can't. But let me make this also very clear. When I go into what I do disclose, I openly will discuss that. And nothing have I discussed on this space that has been classified, that has been in any violation of any non-disclosures or operatives, extremely sensitive operations that I personally was working in. And none of those, and I repeat, none of those involved any genocide, any war crimes, or anything of that nature whatsoever. But as God is my witness, and I say this, I literally, if I would have that knowledge of what we've seen in Gaza and the murdering and the genocide, and the same thing that Anthony Aguilar came up against, I would definitely, and God is my witness, I would resign my commission. I would have. I would have. And I won't keep going on this, but if we can all stand here and start saying, let me see your past, I will stand here any day and say, I am a wretched sinner saved by grace, and I've got skeletons in my closet. I was a drunk hardcore. I won't go to my personal life, but I grew up in the Zionist movement. I used to be one of them. And yeah, when I was in Lebanon, I saw that destruction there. It started to deeply bother me, and I've accounted that several times about my past. It really bothered me, but I never saw us killing innocent women and children, and I thought we were, quote, defending the, quote, peacekeeping force, but I started putting things together. And as we learn more, we have a choice. We either continue in it or come out of it. I came out of it. And I won't go on that, but this is what really infuriates me by this woman. I don't know if this woman wants the platform to get in Suleiman space to have a platform. I don't know what her purpose is, but to call me an embarrassment to America.
Andrew, I would ignore I would ignore people who are just trolling on comments. They're just upset about the fact that you're on the biggest space on X, you're having a really good impact, and you're putting out some really good ideas. So I would just ignore what these people say. I get attacked all the time. I never mention it. I'm not bothered. Like people do that because they know that they basically aren't able to make the same level of impact, and so people get upset. But one
All
thing
right,
I would say
Suleiman,
about
I don't want any disgrace coming to you, Suleiman.
disgrace
I don't want
Well, I don't think any
Well,
disgrace will come to us, so you don't worry about that. We appreciate all the stuff that
all
you're
right, sir. I
relaying.
respect
And
you, Suleiman. I respect you, sir.
yeah,
I'll
I
leave it
respect
there.
you a
But go
lot as
ahead, man.
well. So I just
Yes,
ignore these
thank you.
nobodies who are just hating. And in terms of NDA, it's just because the problem is that you're on the space all the time, so people hear it a lot more. But actually, we've had so many people come up and say they've got NDAs. If you remember, like any of these military guys who come up, they're always saying, "Oh, we've got an NDA," and various other things. If you remember, that puncher guy was like, "I've got an NDA." It's just that
Yes,
they're hearing it from you more because you're on here a lot more. So it's just a lack of understanding of what's going on. But anyway, we appreciate you. I just ignore these
yes, sir.
comments.
All right,
But
all
let's
right, sir. Thank you, sir.
appreciate you, Andrew. Let's go to Gary. Gary, what is happening to the stock market? Oil is went at $125. Gary,
Amazing. Everyone's getting rich.
wait,
So,
I'm not getting rich.
well, I mean, everybody but you and me. I think we live in it doesn't make sense to me, buddy. So, but I agree with the gentleman about Friday. I think, tomorrow's Friday. So we'll probably have more news this weekend. Um, yeah, bizarre market, buddy. I have no idea how people manage it right now. It's just crazy. I think it gets crazier. I wanted to ask to the military guys if I'm a military active and I know I'm involved in breaching the Geneva Convention. When does it become? I guess I just have to go write a report, do all that. I'd become a whistleblower, and then yeah, systems kind of that's what happens, right, Andrew? You just have to go through a process, and by the time you get through it,
Yes, sir.
you're gonna be excluded from the group just for
Yes, sir. And that's
yeah.
another thing. I was pushed out of that group. I could be making
After you
high
spent 15
six-figure
years
salaries
there.
right
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Makes it impossible, really.
Really, and Gary, you're even ostracized. Look at Suleiman. All of us have suffered, and we will suffer when we speak out against it. I've lost a very, very close friend of mine, career Marine. I mean, this man had 8, 10, or whatever combat missions, and he said, "I'm done, man. You sound like Hamas." I said, "What? What?" And we have to stand up. But you're right, Gary, and I really respect you for coming on here because I know in the circles you run around with and the power players, they're like, "Hey, whoa, whoa, why are you in Suleiman space?" You know, God bless you, brother, for standing up.
Gary, you still think something's gonna happen?
Yeah. I don't. I can't imagine why I wouldn't. Give me. Can anyone give me a reason why there wouldn't be another shooter drop?
No, I'm with you. You need to ask Beatrix and Andrew, who don't think nothing's gonna happen.
I mean, Simon's the one that shocks me the most. Because for some reason he thinks there's going to be a little agreement. I just think this thing is look, almost every construct, the OPEC, this thing with the UAE pulling out of OPEC. I made a few comments this morning. I'm like, okay, now what we need is, you know, Greece, a Spain, and Italy. Unfortunately, they can't produce their own energy, which is money, right? See the difference in the UAE? They're long oil. They can't print their own capital cash, but they have something they can trade with and barter, almost as good as dollars. Whereas Italy, Greece, Spain can't print. So my point is, I think you're going to see the construct of the EU fail here. You just need one guy to pull out and say, hey, this is fucking unsustainable. I don't know why the guys in Turkey are, one of those places is just going to say, hey, this is ridiculous, man. I'm getting nothing for this except grief. I think what we're seeing is all the 20th century constructs are falling apart, and there's nothing you and I can do about them. I mean, they're just fucking falling apart. I think King Charles really brought it home to me yesterday when Charles talked about, hey, your 250 years is last week to us. And he was kind of just laughing at where we are. in our cycle. I saw him laughing at us like, you guys are such idiots. You don't even know where you are in your evolution. We've seen this play out, thousands of years. So, um, yeah, that's what I think's happening here. I think you're just having a complete chessboard um, shifting. Motives have changed, incentives have changed, and the need to survive has changed. Not just in the last month or two, but like over the last few years, it's really been, people's resources are moving around. Like the UK has no resources. Okay, they're going to tell you they have the North Sea. It's a joke. Um, it's an absolute joke. They don't have a lot of production there. So I could even see constructs like political groups being dismantled completely. I don't know why Americans still think there's Republicans and Democrats. It's the stupidest thing on the planet. And I think that, just to end with this, I think that last comment is our biggest enemy, is the stupidity of humanity, their apathy and laziness to look at anything. And if we're really trying to solve problems, like we have to look at the first core principle problem. If we don't address that, which I actually think, like, the real enemy isn't Pete Hegswith to me, even though it's all the people that don't wake up and grab a pitchfork, man. I'm sure people have heard me today going, wow, Cardone's going off the rail. Pete Hegswith is like something wrong with the guy, dude. Like I don't have to be a psychologist and I really don't try to judge and be critical of people. But I just look at the behavior. And his behavior, if he would have spoken to me like that, I would have slapped him silly or dismissed him from my presence. So it's awful. Anyway, but I think with like there's just a lot of stuff I think's happening that you and I aren't seeing. If you see some of these dynasty families, their kids committing suicide, they're being revealed, they're under investigation for a bank. There are all kinds of things that are going around all these big families, and I think this is all part of it. And we're just kind of spectators watching it, not really understanding the full show. There must be something else going on. I don't quite know what it is, but it just seems to me like we're all like, talking about the problem. But if we were really talking about the real problem, the problem would disappear. We would come up with a solution. So I know we're not really on the full real problem. You know what I'm saying? And I know it's like we're doing a good job at least digging for it, but I don't feel like we've really found, hey, what's the real secret here? And until humanity really wants to know that, my experience, I think most humanity would be just cool just to, hey, you guys just tell me what to do. And that's a huge problem. Back to you.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Gary. Gary, on a slightly separate note, do you know, I mean, other than market manipulation, what's the reason that oil prices flew up to like 126 and then dropped all the way down to 113?
You're asking me why they did move?
Yeah, it went up to 126 and then it dropped down to 113. Is there any reason?
Well, I mean, big deal, man. It's like we're at levels now. It doesn't really matter. 112, 116, bro. There ain't a magic number now. The wound has been punctured. Okay, like we have like nobody's accepting that there's going to be blood when you pull this fucking thing out. So yeah, I wouldn't even worry about the price right now. The damage is done, bro. Okay, Americans are going to spend $5 on gasoline, and they're going to choke because they're extreme consumers. Extreme. Okay, we waste so much energy; it's sickening. This is why I really don't believe we're going to have a big energy problem, because I think half the energy Americans use, we don't really have to use it. We don't. It's inefficient. You know, there's so many ways to save energy. And we never spend any time. All they spend time on is, hey, let's produce solars. Like, why don't you do something to stop the houses from leaking energy? Why don't you build them differently? There's so many things you can do. So I don't, bro, it's going to keep going up. I mean, the prompt market. Are you looking at West Texas Brent, or are you looking at the day before market, or do you know what you're looking at? U.S. oil, Brent's at 116. West Texas is 105. Yeah, well, hadn't really done. I mean, it's stronger than it was last week, but it's not stupid. Stupidly different. I just think the damage is done now. Like 150, it doesn't matter, bro. It's I'm seeing airline ticket prices double. 340 goes to 700. I mean, that's going to stop a lot of demand, right?
Yeah, Gary, that
You know,
alone is
Gary,
huge.
I was just going to say, Gary, what really hits is when you talked about left versus right. I see that a lot across my timeline and by
It's
people
amazing to me.
on spaces. Oh, Biden did this, or Trump is okay. And I mean, we used to have it in England. We don't, we've got other problems in England now. We've got a real thing. Coming out against there's a massive, the political parties now for the local elections, they're all fighting on race and religion, against Islam, against they're demonizing in other ways, and people who fall for that are equally as naive, if that's the word you can use, as those who fall for the left-right narrative. It's the liberals, it's the Dems and stuff, and I hear that. I think really, like, it doesn't matter. Biden could have been in power. He would have done exactly the same thing today. Trump could have been in power. He would have done exactly the same thing. Like, there's no difference between the sides. And I just find that that's the thing that people need to get over, to actually identify the real problem and then look for a solution.
Yeah, agreed. Totally agree. But what surprises me is that people are still hanging on to this. Hey, I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat. I mean, one, I think it's extremely lazy. Look, I'm just not going to vote for my team if they're committing crimes. Okay, like, you're not playing the game fairly. How can you support your team when you know they're cheating? I mean, you're just a skunk bitch. It's unbelievable to me that somebody could support. And I've heard it, But I think the more we do the more you just need a few people to like, you'll see more and more people come into this room. The more people that come into this room, the more people that will come into this room. That's the good news. And the better we learn how to communicate to someone that's confused and ignorant, in apathy, and has been programmed, the sooner we get better at that, we'll get more people on our side. Because these people are programmed. Okay, like, they are programmed. I am a very resistant, and have always been highly resistant. I suspect, like Sully, very highly resistant to any groups. I mean, even a group of mine, I don't want to be a part of any fucking group, man. And so I'm resistant to the some of the programming. I'm sure I'm highly programmed. However, um, and I think, that's what I see in humanity right now. Even with my friends, I'm like, wow, you're really struggling. A friend of mine's got a monster position in a in, in a deal, and it's very, very difficult for him to look at being exposed. You can see it as soon as the topic comes up. He gets jacked up like you wouldn't believe. And it's just fear, right? It's fear stopping him from, he doesn't want to face, who wants to talk about a depression? Fucking nobody, except the guys at the very bottom of the food chain. They're like, dude, I'm already there. Let's bring it. So I think, we're doing a better job of communicating the problems. I've gotten highly educated from this room and other rooms. Um, and if that's all we get from this incident, like I become much, much more geopolitically savvy. And I heard some of my friends going, "Oh wow, now everybody's a war expert." I didn't claim to be a war expert, dude, but I've heard enough about Bitcoin for the month. I can go listen to a little something on a different part of the universe, and we happen to have a war going on. So we've never had this tool. I can't imagine this tool is going to be around very long, though.
X Spaces, you think they'll get rid?
Like, there's no chance I'm letting this channel stay open if I'm trying to control everything. There's not a chance in hell. That's the only reason I come here. Otherwise, I really don't like the public attention. But I come here because it's open. And it's like, dude, I would feel so guilty if when it closes, I'm going to regret I had the opportunity to communicate and I didn't. So, and I'll fight for this because to me, this is the greatest freedom that man has. The freedom to educate, to learn, and to listen to other human beings. I think this is a core right and principle that every human being should actually have the right to. Like I can't, if I have the right to commune, I have the right to commune. Right? Is it still in there? And I think community is very, very important for learning, evolution, tribes, belief systems, all this stuff, religious or spiritual beliefs, all the stuff this world badly needs right now. You can just see like, I'm not a big morality guy, but like, dude, the stats that we have on our planet, we have Americans finishing high school with a 4th grade English level. I heard some fucking idiot today bragging on the schools in California. Okay, he was defending the state, financial and cultural state of California. The one thing he said was doing great was the education system. I'm like, what are you talking about? But here's a guy carrying baggage. He lives in California. He's in a dying business. All his friends and family are in California. He makes a bunch of money. So he's like, okay, well, all the billionaires are leaving, but we'll be fine. And it's the weather's not that good. I mean, it's literally like living in central London now in LA, but all you get is good weather and a lot of fear and crime, just like London. So people are really protecting their position, right? Their historical viewpoint of how the world works. And this is all getting disrupted. I think this should be very upsetting to almost everyone. Right? I mean, if people aren't upset right now, I don't think they understand what's happening. This is the largest event in human history, like the energy play. I don't think that's hyperbolic at all. And that's saying a lot, dude, right on 5 years after COVID, okay? I mean, if I'm wrong and the oil shock is only one half, and I'll close with this. If the oil shock is one half of the most historic event outside of Meteor, a historic event in human history, what's just happened with the crude oil price and energy shock, that's 4 years after COVID. And like, I don't think the planet can take that much shocking. These are massive shock waves to global economies and logistic systems. I mean, just the systems and the way you and I think and trust and deal with services. Like, I don't even trust a doctor anymore or a hospital. An urgent care center I would be fucking terrified of. And I went into my vet the other day and I was worried about getting trapped and not being able to leave with my dog. It's that bad, man. I'll end there.
Yeah, Gary, you know what? I actually think the pandemic was the beta testing for what's happening now. And when I listen to you and I listen to like Suleiman and Simon and like just the people who come on here and talk about what's happening in the industry, I actually think it is so serious that the world as we knew it is going to be over and never going to come back. And it frightens me that people don't realize it. And the only reason I realize it is because of this space. And this is another thing you and Suleiman have in common, apart from not wanting to be typecast into a certain group and be a free thinker, is the kind of appreciation. I mean, like, and I say this all the time because I don't know how he does it. Suleiman's not monetized on this app. He runs a space every night for hours, 7 days a week. For the first 3 weeks of the war, he did it 24/7, and he doesn't get paid for it. And I'm committed to the cause, but I don't think I could do it with such dedication and discipline every single night. I mean, I'm off, I fall asleep half the time, and sometimes I listen, and sometimes I'm off doing other things because like life goes on. But for him, it's about just literally hammering home what's coming. It's like a tornado's coming down towards all of us, and people don't realize it. And this is going to really impact the world, or the Western world as we know it. And I just think when I look around our leadership, and I say collective leadership, I look at Keir Starmer, absolutely useless. He's not got the people's interests at heart at all. If there's a leader that could have been worse than Trump, it's Keir Starmer, to be honest. And I don't even think, like, if you go and look at any of his posts on
Yeah, but
X, Keir
nobody
Starmer,
expected anything from your guy. See, that's the difference. We expect there. Look, I'm really disappointed in Trump, but I don't think anybody really expected anything from that guy. I mean, he doesn't look like a guy that can deliver anything.
no, you're right. And I was just going to say that if you go and look at his posts, go and look at any one of his posts on X, with Trump, you'll get like the MAGA supporters, the hardcore MAGA supporting him. With under Keir Starmer's, you'll get zero, like nothing. He'll put a clip out saying, "I've done a brilliant job today," and he'll get annihilated because there's worse to come in this country. They're trying to actually get him to step down, and when he steps down, with the exception of maybe two parties that they're trying to do maximum damage to make sure that they get zero press attention, zero platform, the parties that the establishment are supporting are the ones that are going to call the civil war in this country. They literally are pitting people against each other already, and they've not even been elected. So we're going to have all of that, the Palantir system and all of that. It's all been lined up, and nobody even realizes it. Nobody realizes it. It's a scary, scary time.
Well, by the way, I think, just to confirm what's happening in your own reality, if I were doing this, I would keep punching very, very, very hard. This is like you being in a boxing ring with someone for a 18 ring game or whatever you call it, 3 minute tussle, and the guy just is, he never knocks you out, but he's constantly shocking you with new hits, and you don't even care about the old hits anymore. You don't care about the old. In fact, you're going to disregard some of the hits that you're getting right now because the one you're still thinking about the one. I think people are being slammed so hard. They're like, "Hey, you're just a doomer to go even listen to all that." It's so much. It's overwhelming people into apathy because they can't handle it. They're like, "It's just too much for my mind to handle." I really think, I think if you're the enemy, that's most certainly what you're doing. You're going to just keep hammering them with what I call just negative frequency.
Yeah.
It's the only reason you would do it this way, right? Is to over shock and awe. Remember that one? You don't think they do shock and awe on all of humanity? They did the Ukraine thing. They blew the pipes up. That thing calmed down for no, excuse me, COVID. COVID goes on one day on a Wednesday, I think it was. COVID was supposedly over, and the next day, 12 hours later, the Ukraine war. It was unbelievable. And then the Ukraine war calmed down, and October 7th popped up. And we just keep, and Mossad and the CIA denied within 1 hour. So I've kind of gotten on the Israeli train pretty quick. Within 1 hour of October 7th, they both claimed they did not know anything was coming. And I'm like, get the fuck out, dude. You're Mossad and CIA. 2 hours later, they reversed that comment. So they lied immediately. They knew it was coming. They probably organized the shit. And we just keep doing this crap over and over. I'm sick and tired of it, man. Vietnam, I am sick and tired of it.
Can I jump in quick? Yeah, so yeah, it's completely ridiculous. They want to flood the news cycle with one crisis after another. So right after you figure out what's going on with one thing, like, oh, we figure out what's going on with COVID, but then we can't even get accountability with that, and because then, oh, they flood the zone with Epstein, and then they flood the zone with the Iran war, and then they're going to flood the zone with another economic recession, and it's just completely ridiculous. And I really fear for, like, it's going to be bad enough in the U.S., but like we're blessed, thankfully, to have a lot of natural resources. But I really fear for Europe and lots of Asia and Africa that doesn't have the resources that our country has. Like, it's going to be bad enough here. Like, a lot of people here are already struggling, but some of these other countries are going to even be in much of an even worse spot. It's going to be really bad. Like, some countries might physically like just run out of oil. Like, the oil won't even be there. Like, there's one, like, paying $6 a gallon for gas in the United States is going to be absolutely awful, and it's going to completely destroy our economy. But they'll the oil will still be here versus other countries won't even have it. Like, you're talking about people not getting access to natural gas in some areas, people not being able to heat or cool homes. Like, not you're going to have people dying in some other countries and the global south and stuff like that could be a real serious problem, especially with the food shortages and the fertilizer crisis. Like, there's a lot of effects that people haven't even talked about, and I think it's also part of their whole global depopulation agenda that they've been talking about. I mean, Bill Gates and all these people have been open about that, and they've accidentally slipped up and talked about it, like depopulation. I think that's where this is headed, and it's very frightening. So, yeah, and when Gary's talking about right versus left, it's, yeah, that's just this false dichotomy at this point. Like in the main Senate race, for example, I'm a Republican, but I like the Democrat candidate more, Graham Plattner, because he said he's a combat veteran, and he said he's gonna defund Israel. I don't live in Maine, but it's like, yeah, I'd like him a lot way more than the Republican that's running for her sixth term. No one should serve in the Senate for 30 plus years. It's a completely corrupted system, and anyone who's in that long, I've yet to find any American politician who has served for 30 plus years that is doing good, honest work on behalf of the American people. Anyone in power that long is corrupted, regardless of party. And it's just all hypocrisy. It's ridiculous. Like, I laugh when you see someone like Chuck Schumer, who's been in office for 30 years, Nancy Pelosi, 50, saying no kings with Donald Trump. And it's like, what are we going to call you, Nancy Pelosi? You've been in office for 50 years. You're literally a queen who's running this corrupt system. How are you any different than Donald Trump in that regard? Like, you've profited off the system as much as anyone, and that's why this whole right versus left thing breaks down. It's a corruption problem, and everyone mooches off the system. Well, the people don't get anything that we were promised. And it's like I saw this one thing where they were talking about like, and it's this doesn't even really relate to the topic. I don't even want to get into it, but yeah, this fuel crisis is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Like, I saw one gas station in my area hit $5 a gallon. Others are a bit cheaper, like 4.70, 4.40. But before this war started, they were down closer to three, so a little bit above three. So yeah, it's going to get really bad really quick, and I think we're going to be seeing record high gas prices. But the only positive with that is during times of hardship, the pain of when the pain of inaction is too great, it does cause people to actually wake up. Like, when people are going to be like, why are these prices high? And then people are going to look into this, find our way into these spaces, if these spaces do still exist. And I hope they do exist, because people do need areas like this to go get the truth. And people are going to be outraged when they aren't able to afford their 4th of July hot dogs because food inflation hit, when they can't go on their summer road trips to see family for the 4th of July because their gas prices doubled and they can't afford to do their 12-hour drive that they normally do, or they can't fly to see their family. That's people are going to be very outraged, and that's the only upside of this. That out of all of these downsides I can see, people take action during times of hardship. That has just been history. The West has gotten way too comfortable because hardship for the West historically, even during times of hardship, we're still way better off than most of the world. But this is going to be worse than 2008 if I think if this drags on, and people will take action because people are going to be outraged, and we have access to social media that didn't exist nearly in the same degree during 2008.
Yeah, I think you're a bit more optimistic than me, Andy. I think those that are waking up or woken up, we might be able to speak to a few that are genuinely concerned, but there are too many people idol worshipping politicians, to be honest. Idol worshipping leaders divided on left right issues. The division is deep, it's very deep. And people have cult followings, and it's difficult to break people out of that. So yeah, I don't know. I hope you're
I
right.
for a couple months will be instrumental if Trump's approval, if people are still worshiping Trump when inflation hits and gas prices are at $6, then yeah, then it's kind of cooked at that point. But I mean, yeah, but just look at what we're seeing with Tucker Carlson's views. People are actually tuning into someone that's preaching the truth on a lot of these topics instead of tuning into someone like Mark
But
Levin
Andy,
and Sean Hannity.
the majority of his audience is international, right? The majority of his audience is not American. And you've got to remember that the way that Trump's dealt with people who do speak up, there's a real element of fear amongst some people of speaking up, because of what's going to happen to them. Um, I don't know. I hope you're right.
Yeah, but Tucker's in a bit of a different position. Like you've had some random congressman that's gone against Trump in the past. I know Trump primaries them, but the difference is Tucker's way bigger than some of these randoms that have gone against Trump before. And the people randoms that have gone against Trump before are like, oh, Trump's too tough on immigration and things like that. Versus Tucker is attacking Trump on the deep structural issues that a lot of people are now seeing. The people have gone against Trump before attack Trump on the things that Trump was actually elected to do. Now, Tucker is attacking Trump for failing to do what he was supposed to do. So that's why I think this is actually working. People are turning on Trump because he failed on his campaign promises. Before, it was a lot of old establishment Republicans that didn't like that Trump was going to stop immigrants from coming in and things like that. So this is a different Tucker's attacking Trump from a different angle than career politicians attacked him from in the past.
Yeah, I just think, you know what? I don't know, maybe I'm just different, but I've never really, I follow everybody. I follow Mehdi Hassan, I follow Piers Morgan, I see this thing, right? What people say, but I feel like we've got to get rid of that mindset where we actually hatch on to what one celebrity or one journalist is saying and think because they're saying it. I was talking to somebody about this a few weeks ago where they were telling me about some influencer in the UK and said, oh, but he said it. And I said, so? It doesn't mean because he said it, it's right. Who's he being paid by? Why is he acting this way? You might agree with the message, but look at his motivations for saying it. So I see that there are people that look up to quote unquote influencers or figures blindly and follow every word. And I'm not saying that because of what you said, Andy. You're
Yeah, I
talking
don't
about people.
blindly follow Tucker. I
I
don't
know you
blind.
don't, and I know you're talking about in the general sense of people who are making a difference or helping to waken people up. So I'm not, and I'm certainly not saying that about you, Andy. But I'm just saying generally, I see that it's just another form of putting somebody on a pedestal, and I think we have to stop putting people on a pedestal. I firmly believe Tucker's linked to the GCC, right? Tucker Carlson. The first time he met Piers Morgan, I spoke about this on the space and interviewed him. The very first time they did it in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. Like really, like Tucker's American. Piers Morgan, actually, today he's coming back from America. He goes to America at least 4 times a year. His daughter was born there. He lived there for over 15 years. He's got a property there. You know, he's got a home there. They're there all the time, but they both flew to Saudi Arabia. They sat among some historical ruins and the sunset and said how beautiful it was and stuff. And then Tucker came out and said, I'd definitely buy a place in Qatar. I love Qatar. And yeah, Qatar is beautiful. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that for Tucker Carlson to suddenly come up and say all of this. So I do question. So when I question somebody's U-turn and motivations, even if their point is right, I think, okay, well, is he going to say the same about Russia tomorrow if Russia starts sponsoring and funding him? Is this genuinely what he believes? That's my issue with people. And yes, I realize that Tucker, in the interim right now, is doing a lot of good in his political talking points, but then I just question their authenticity. And I think we need to have that degree of skepticism now in people with platforms, and hold them to account to such a great degree, because what's coming down the road to us is going to be horrendous. And if you're going to build a movement, you can't build it behind people who are sponsored by other countries. And I'm not anti-GCC, but I just think you cannot be funded by the GCC and be speaking against Trump. Do you know what I mean? Because you've got to speak against Trump because it's the right thing to do as an American. So Herc, jump in.
Many people won't accept this analysis, but I'm gonna roll the dice here. There is no real left in this country. We don't have any representation. Yes, Bernie Sanders did have an old-fashioned liberal platform with many progressive policies, and he was quite popular. But look what happened to his first campaign. The courts decided that the Democrat Party didn't have to provide a fair primary, that they were a corporation, and that it was perfectly acceptable for the DNC to funnel 86 million to Hillary's campaign while she was hiding, and most likely the infrastructure was stealing primaries, because there's no way you can have double-digit discrepancies between the exit polls and the final results and it not being widespread cheating. And that was at least half a dozen. And meanwhile, in the Republican nominee process, it was much more contentious, but the numbers weren't fluctuating like they did with Bernie versus Hillary. But I digress. With Bernie pivoting to the Ukraine proxy war scam, many few people felt betrayed, especially him saying he knew more about third party politics than anyone, and uh, voting third party was a waste of a vote. And when people urged him to run independent, he said he didn't want to end up being Ralph Nader. Well, that's part of the problem, is that we don't have proper debates. People don't understand ideologies. If you're a neoliberal fraud, uh, corrupted by the banksters and catering to the war machine, you're not a leftist. If you have no policies that are first and foremost for the elevation of the poor and to get the middle classes more social mobility, you're not a real leftist. But I digress again.
Kirk, let me ask you a question, right? Firstly, I mean, my personal opinion of Bernie is that he's just a fraud. Okay. And I think if anybody ever supported him, even briefly, if you were genuine in trying to find somebody who's principled, and you look at the stances he's taken, he's flip-flopped all over the place. Okay. This guy spoke up when it suited him on the genocide, but when it came to carrying on funding Israel, he voted for it. He didn't vote to actually stop the funding. The guy's a fraud. So there's a lot of fraudulent people in our politics that are like that. Okay. I don't know why. And when I can't remember when I first came across him, but whenever it was, and I looked into him, I thought possibly, but then very quickly that unraveled. Now, the thing I'm going to say to you here is, when you say the left, right? This is the part of the issue, the underlying issue, because I don't think there is a left-right divide now. I think you either there are some things that I believe, right, as a like in my political ideology, that actually fall very firmly on the right. There are the old right. There are some things that I believe that fall very firmly on the old left, and you can be a combination of all of that. So where do we fit in? And I'd say that's the majority of the people that come on this panel. We're not left or right anymore. We're literally talking about, survival. We're talking about doing best for humanity. We're talking about how to hold our leadership to account. We're talking about this tornado that's coming down. How do we fix this? It's not about left or right politics anymore. Herc, back to you.
Well, even when there's an attempt to appeal to leftist beliefs, like, for instance, it's a firm leftist belief that when wealthy neighborhoods or wealthy countries help poor neighborhoods or poor countries, both societies flourish. So they use the homeless um, epidemic here in Los Angeles to appeal to leftists to come out and vote against the Republicans. And what happens is usually around 90% of the operating costs end up in the bureaucrats' hands, and only about 10% goes to the people.
They spend a
Uh,
record amount on homelessness, and every year the homelessness goes up because it goes to the contractors and the developers, and you get these $600,000 luxury homeless apartments to house a few homeless people, while more homeless people end up on the street every year. The amount of money spent on the homeless problem is enough to actually house everyone, but it ends up in the contractors and the bureaucrats and the politicians' hands, while the people of America suffer. Correct, you're spot on.
Well,
But
plus, when you
Andy,
give benefits to the homeless, you attract more homeless from other places to whatever your place is.
random Manco. Andy, what I was going to say is, you're right, and that's bureaucracy, right? That's corruption and bureaucracy that happens, and it happens across the world. In London, um, when the local boroughs, the councils need to get work done on their properties, right? They'll give just as one example, the scaffolding contract to their mates or their mate's son. The council will. And the scaffolding company, if the job takes like 2 days, they'll charge £1,000 a day. But what they'll do is they'll put the scaffolding up a week before they need to do the work, and then they'll leave it there for another 3 weeks after they've done the work, and they'll charge £1,000 a day, and the council will pay it. That's all our taxpayers' money. It's bureaucracy. It happens everywhere. This is how they do it. This is corruption. This is not a left or right issue. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. There's
Um,
plenty of Republican corruption. Just look at the military-industrial complex. I mean, that's both parties, but I'd say that skews at least Republican. I mean, it's just look at Trump trying to justify 500 billion more in spending. Could you just? I couldn't even imagine Kamala going up. I could imagine Kamala doing a war against Iran, but could you imagine Kamala actually trying to justify it? I could not imagine one Kamala supporter supporting $500 billion more for the military in any universe. I could not imagine a single one of her supporters even going along with that. But you have half of Trump supporters that are okay with 500 billion more for the military. It's insane.
Those are two totally separate issues, though. Like, sure, the Democrats will gut the military, but they'll still use it for their own adventures. And when they asked Kamala during the campaign season, who you thought the greatest threat to America was, she said it was Iran. And so I think she would have done the same thing.
and Kamala's not left. I mean, none of these guys are left or right. Didn't Trump literally say that he has no problem with men, like trans men, being in women's sports or something? Isn't that against his manifesto? Isn't that a left-wing position according to those Americans that have a very thick line between left versus right? They're all in the same bucket. This isn't Kamala would have done this, or Bernie Sanders would have done that, or Trump would have done this. They all have the same masters, is what I'm trying to say. All of our politicians have the same masters. They all work for the same corporations. They'll all feed us the same slop when it comes to, fighting for an election. Keir Starmer had a manifesto, and I think it had 11 or 12 points on it. As soon as he became prime minister, he put a line through at least 6 of them in the first few months and said, yeah, okay, but the situation's changed. Can't do this, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. And do you know what I thought?
Beatrix, you know what
Mm.
gutted is? You know what gutted
Oh
is,
my God,
Domenico?
you know what? Jonah's on
The
the panel
dem,
now. I can't even see him. That's really
the
scary.
Democrats, the Democrats reduced military spending by 4.7%, and this maniac is like they gutted the military. This is what they mean by gutted, a 4.7% reduction, and then they want a balanced budget also.
Well, every year the budget increases because of things like inflation and the general growth of government. So if you have an absolute reduction, that's a huge, huge change because you're supposed to have like normally a 5 to 10% increase every year in a lot of these programs, including the military.
Maybe you don't need an increase because you already have the largest military, and a 4.7% reduction is almost nothing. There's companies that cut way bigger than that, and you're supposed to cut. That is what good budgeting is. It's not just a
Yeah, and
blank space where you increase automatically every year for no reason.
there's other problems like, for example, Congress will do things that make the personnel costs of the military go up a lot because people in the military, as well as veterans, get massive amounts of benefits and a massive bureaucracy to administer those benefits. So it causes a lot of bloat in the military spending that has nothing to do with actual like warfighting capacity.
Should it cost 2 to 15 million to shoot down a $50,000 Shahed drone? Yes or no?
I mean, that's not what we've been actually doing. We've been developing weapons to do it much more cheaply now.
We'll see if that happens when this war resumes, but that's not what was happening a lot during the first round. That's why we were importing drone interceptors from Ukraine to the GCC, and they were making a deal with Zelensky.
Yeah, I mean, it
It's
makes
just so
perfect sense
funny.
for them to do that. Like, why wouldn't they?
It's funny they love their military so much, but the only time military people have had a pay hike was Joe Biden, then Clinton, then George W. Bush, then Carter, then Reagan. But they're like, we love our military, but they don't show it, right? They just talk a good game all the time. And then they're like, the Democrats good at them. No, Democrats actually supported them. Um, it doesn't really help what gets done under the Republicans. But again, Manko, you're only here ever to create party division. I feel like you're stuck in like 2023, and I don't get why.
Joe,
Because I don't think you're a dumb guy, but you continually do this like every night, day in, day out. It's you are the only guy in the panel who doesn't see the uniparty, and every night talks about Republican versus Democrat. Every night.
well, that's so strange coming from you, Joa, because to me, you look like the cover band for Jon Stewart. You're like a hard left Democrat partisan. You always are ready with the Democrat talking point in response to everything I say. And it's crazy. Like the idea of, oh, Democrats support our troops because we want to pay them more money. That's exactly the standard liberal talking point. And it's actually a problem for our military because it makes our troops too
Okay,
expensive.
I'll give
Because the
Joe a
Democrats
chance on
always
Who
this.
want to
who
put them in a
who'd I
socialist system
who'd I vote
that
for,
makes it
Beatrix?
unsustainable for us to hire more.
Who'd I vote for, Beatrix?
Well, you claim that. We don't know if that's true. We weren't there in the
Okay,
voting
Joe,
booth
it's
with you. I don't
2028.
believe
Okay.
you, quite
If
frankly.
I spent months pushing for why I was voting for him and why CBDCs were the worst thing that America was facing in terms of danger for actual Americans, I think I would then vote for him or no. Or actually, it wouldn't even matter because maybe I influenced enough people to vote for him. Someone who actually hates him, and as you say, I'm a poster boy for Jon Stewart's band because I'm a hard leftist. No, I just look at actual facts from both sides. I mean, you're like they gut the military, and it's not even 5% cut. And you're the only one who sows division. When I keep saying there is a uniparty, don't forget Obama went after Gaddafi. Don't forget Bush went after Saddam Hussein. Like they all do the same thing. It doesn't matter who's in office. They have masters to go speak to, and you're still stuck under the illusion of Fox News, where there's actually a difference between the two.
Okay, Joe, it's 2028. It's Tucker versus Newsom. Who has your vote?
Tucker. And
Exactly. That does
I wouldn't
exactly.
be
You don't
happy. I
exactly. You
wouldn't
don't
be happy.
sound like some you exactly. You don't sound like some hard leftist. I was trying to prove that point.
Yeah, what's Newsom gonna do? Like Newsom is just part of the same uniparty. Tucker maybe, but I actually think once Tucker gets in there, he'll be exactly the same. To be honest, I hope I'm wrong, and I hope he actually runs. But I think it's another pie in the sky hope, just like people had for Trump. Because we've seen him play both sides when he was at Fox, and then as soon as he left Fox, yeah, I mean, he turned coat real fast. And you have him on the audio. You know, he's praising Trump on TV, and then in messages he goes, "I can't stand the guy." So what do you believe? What side is he? Is he doing this for the audience, or is he doing this because he actually believes it? And I don't know which one it is, but I hope someone else better than Tucker actually runs.
Oh God, yeah. I don't want Tucker to run. Tucker's going to be. I mean, Joe, like honestly, do you trust Tucker Carlson? As in, do you think he's authentic in what he believes? Do you think he's just had an awakening after leaving Fox, and this is truly what he believes, and he's for the people?
No, I think he's building an audience. I
Yeah,
think he
same,
found, just like he did at Fox, on the other side of the narrative.
same. He's just going the way the wind blows. Um,
Don't forget,
tragic.
he jumped on this bandwagon after it was popular. He wasn't doing it before, right? He came after with his talking points. I didn't hear him in the beginning of Gaza talking about what's going on in genocide and everything else. He did it when majority of the population and a lot of people, a lot of influencers started standing up, and they started gaining an audience. He's like, "Oh, this is the way to do it." That's what I
Yeah, I
think.
mean, he saw Nick Fuentes do it first and gain popularity from it, and then he's like, "Oh, this is the move."
Tom, jump in. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thank you, Beatrice. I appreciate the opportunity to come up and share some ideas with you guys. I was listening to a conversation earlier when Suleiman was interviewing a gentleman who was very knowledgeable on finances and global logistics. I didn't catch the entire interview. One of the parts that I heard was pretty interesting because Suleiman mentioned how, with all of these attacks by US and Western proxies and armed forces on energy infrastructure in Russia and other parts of the world, it really seems impossible to attribute that, especially with the growing number of sabotage attacks on energy. I mean, I'm saying they're sabotage attacks. Beatrice isn't saying that. Suleiman isn't saying that. But at this point, I am 100% confident that these are clearly sabotage attacks. So, with the growing number of these attacks on energy infrastructure in dozens of countries around the world, I don't see any way to attribute any of this to anything other than Trump's role or assignment presently being that of giving the Great Reset, the WEF agendas, a look that's acceptable to right wing voters and to conservatives, to patriots, and to boomers. That's not too much of a hard sell, obviously. The boomers, I mean. So essentially, Trump is basically meant to confuse people who would otherwise be very vocal against this war and all of that by virtue of putting on donning the fictitious costume of an America First patriot. The interesting thing that I find extremely disconcerting is that it seems like the people that are still part of MAGA world, because maybe they convinced people in their family and others to vote for Trump and did a lot of campaigning for Trump in the lead up to the 2024 election, feel so much embarrassment or an inability to sort of switch positions and admit, okay, I was wrong. All right, I admit it, I was wrong. For whatever reasons, I supported the guy, and I can tell you what those reasons were. And now we've got to, figure out how do we get our country out of this mess. And I think a lot of people have difficulty doing that. But what I find really concerning is the fact that people that are still kind of, at least on social media, supportive of Trump, aren't willing to hear any argument whatsoever. They go into this sort of self-protective shell, which makes, sort of having any sort of debate with them about what's going on very, very difficult. And at this point, look, this guy is about to destroy everything you love about the country that you voted for him to see put back on a track that's conducive to things functioning in a way that we all know could certainly be the case were it not for bad leadership, deliberately screwing things up, administration after administration. I agree completely with what Beatrice and others have been saying. Joe as well. Absolutely. Look, it's just they answer to the same people, but they're in charge of making it look like they don't. And they do a very good job of doing that. But the same agendas are being moved along, brought closer to their end state with every administration. And sometimes they do such an incredibly good job of making it seem impossible to the average voter, to the average citizen, that they're actually working together. in terms of the advancement of these agendas that I don't know. It's concerning. A lot of people need to wake up really, really quickly in MAGA world. I wish I had a better understanding as to what the remnants of Trump loyal MAGA are actually talking about behind the scenes and in private, because I think what we're seeing on social media in large part might be a product of the fact that a lot of these guys are getting paid 7K or whatever the hell they're getting paid to post pro-Trump propaganda on the internet. But no, there's nothing to be. Look, I wish Trump the best as a human being, but I want him out of office and arrested immediately. The guy is putting the global economy at risk. The guy's putting the survival of the United States of America at risk, deliberately, actually. So, yep, that's just what I wanted to share. Appreciate the opportunity, Beatrice.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I do think he was brought in to do this. When you say that he's putting America backwards and what's coming to America, I do actually believe he was brought in with that agenda. And he has made billions for him and his family. It's not, like very, very early on, Andrew will tell you, very early on, even before the Iran war started, there was something going on in Israel. I think it was the peace board negotiations or something. And Jared Kushner went. And I was like, sorry, why is Jared Kushner going? Why the hell is Jared Kushner going? If this has got to do with America funds Israel, if it's to do with stopping funding, if it's to do with anything else, if it's to do with American foreign policy, what the heck is Jared Kushner going for? Why aren't Americans up in arms about this? Like his son-in-law's going to deal with American business. And then you've seen it more and more and more. And I've made noise about it all the time. Okay, guys, we've got breaking news. Iran airspace has been emptied. Iran airspace. Suleiman's profile, if you go and have a look, it's posted. There's an image of it from Flight Radar. So something's coming. Something's coming. We're going to keep you posted on that. It's probably what Trump said yesterday, right? Didn't he make some statement yesterday? I mean, I haven't really been following the Iran war or, quote unquote war in as much detail because I just can't keep up with what the hell's going on with this. I saw somebody comment yesterday and said on YouTube, saying, am I the only one who doesn't know what the hell's going on? And I was like, no, I also don't know, because I'm seeing a lot of statements and I'm seeing people go to Pakistan and come back, and then pieces of papers being given. And is the Hormuz Strait closed or not closed? Are they charging, not charging? I don't know. But all I know is that we're feeling the impact of whatever these guys are doing. And I do believe Trump was brought in to do this. And on the back of it, he has been able to make billions of dollars for him and his family, hence why Kushner and Steve Witkoff go everywhere. And that's why he didn't want JD Vance there. And he doesn't mind the hate, because you can hate him as much as he wants to. He's going to get billions of dollars in return for it. I think all these guys have been brought in to deliver something. Keir
Beatrice, can I add
Starmer
something
made
to
a
that?
statement a couple of days ago, and he said, I saw a clip of it, and I tell you, I don't know. I can't tell you what I felt. He said, oh, I think people need to start saving their pennies because we're going to be in for some really tough times. Do you know that there are more and more food banks growing in the UK? A food bank where people who work, like nurses and teachers, when they finish their shift at a hospital or at a school, they go to a food bank with their kids. They pick their kids up and then they take their kids to a food bank to pick up cans of food or packets of pasta for free. It's like a charity. It's a bank where you can pick up free food so you can go home and eat, because they can't afford to eat. And these are people on full-time salaries, like nurses, qualified people. They can't afford to eat in this country. They're living paycheck to paycheck. And this guy says, save your pennies because we're going to be in for some really tough times. What have you done to fix it? Nothing. Nothing. So they're all bought in to make sure that they give us the right platitudes whilst they make money for themselves, whilst the hardship's coming down the line to people, everyday hardworking people in our countries. Sorry, Tom, jump in. I know that you were talking.
No, I appreciate it. I didn't want to interrupt. I thought you were finished. One of the things that I want to mention, I want people to think about this quite a bit. If you've been paying attention to Trump, his mannerisms, his body language, the way he moves, etc. Everything about him. Look, I have experience interacting with people who have consumed quite a bit of this stuff. It looks like they're dosing him on some kind of sedative. This is what I believe. Okay, I could be mistaken, but it looks like he's on Xanax or on some form of benzo, and it looks as though if you've ever interacted with people who have used that stuff, it gets to the point where you don't give a crap about anything. Someone could tell you, we're about to nuke Washington tomorrow. All right, whatever. And when I look at his mannerisms and his body language and everything about him, the way he's moving, the way he looks around the room, ever since the Epstein scandal kind of reached that maximum level of that crescendo it reached when everybody was talking about it nonstop and he couldn't go anywhere without someone from the press bringing it up, and he was doing his best to try to avoid those questions but couldn't. I saw a shift, and I believe perhaps his doctor, maybe he was going through so much stress that it was actually affecting his health, and someone decided, well, let's get him on something that allows him to feel a little bit more calm, and that could have a positive impact on blood pressure or other things. But it could be for nefarious reasons as well. Let's say he has handlers and people like that that want him to be on the same page as them, and they're asking him to do things that are extremely dangerous for U.S. national security, etc. Having him on something like that would be so key to being able to manipulate someone that doesn't have experience. And Trump always talked about never, and I believe him, that he wasn't ever someone that drank or used drugs. And I tend to believe him for the most part. Meaning, if he doesn't have a whole lot of experience with this stuff and doesn't know how it's worked, and they got him on that recently during the Epstein scandal, it would be very easy to manipulate a man of his age. I can't say gentleman at this point, a man of his age into doing any form of madness. If you've got them on a substance, it makes it so that they don't give a darn about anything. And what you said earlier, Beatrice, about he just doesn't seem to care because of the corruption, absolutely. But I think it's also because they have him on substances that make it so that whatever logical or pragmatic side of Trump that did care somewhat about and understands that survival of the United States is in his best interest and in the best interest of his family, you could easily eliminate that version or that side of him or those concerns by virtue of getting him on a substance that makes it so that you feel like, who cares? And I can tell you guys, I'm not proud to admit it, but I used to use that stuff quite a bit. And it is definitely very dangerous. Even a small dose will make it so that you will take risks that you would otherwise never take. And I'm not talking about brave risks. I'm talking about something stupid like you're driving a vehicle and you're taking more risks when you're driving than you typically would because you just don't care as much as you typically do. Those substances I mean, I'm sure they can help people at times, but wow, they do way more harm than good. And it looks to me as though I would be willing to bet on it that Trump is on some form of substance that causes extreme apathy. And so that's very concerning. And pertaining to something else you said, how do you get people to go to war? Well, you collapse the economy to the point where the only means through which a lot of people will have an avenue through which to provide for their families is by enlisting or going along with the draft that they're clearly planning on bringing about. And I don't believe the draft is necessarily for Iran. I think it's for the European theater of this war against Russia. I could be wrong, but I think that this draft, that's being talked about constantly in the United States of America, I think is for another conflict. I don't necessarily think it's for the Iran theater. I think that's going to be limited for the most part to missile and drone exchanges, and any limited incursions would certainly be done by our special forces units, whether Delta Force, Navy SEALs, or one of these other A tier groups that the United States has. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that, and that's it. I'll let someone else go unless you want to talk about anything I just said, Beatrice. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. If you look across Europe, UK and a bunch of other European countries have increased their military budget massively. They're going to keep this going with Russia, which is crazy to me. They're preparing for war. I think they just want war. I think they want a war with anybody. So they've all increased their military budget whilst they're telling everyday hardworking people to save their pennies. I know I can tell you there's a whole list of Germany increased their military budget. France did. I think Netherlands did. Norway did, which is crazy. This is all in the last 6 months. And as far as Trump goes, yeah, sometimes when I look at him, it does look to me that he's under some sort of influence. But then you know what? That could be because he's old or he's unwell or something. That's not the reasons he's taking these decisions. He was brought in to take these decisions. He signed up to take these decisions. That fake assassination attempt where he gave a fist up, that was the test to say, will you do what we want you to do or not? I firmly believe this. That was not, listen, if that was a real assassination attempt on him, right, he wouldn't be out playing on the golf course playing golf the very next day. There was no sweeping, there was nothing. And he had a tiny little chick as his front bodyguard. The guy's huge. You know what I mean? Like, and then how do we not? We see footage and the guys on the roof, like, I don't want to break it all
Absolutely.
down again, but right? He signed up to do this. He signed up to deliver this. Maybe the stress and working long
100,
hours and everything is getting
100%.
to him.
You know what I think, though, Beatrice? I agree 100%. I 100% agree with everything you said, but I'll add some of the requests these maniacs are making of him were going to be. And that would be the reason for getting him on something that makes him complacent and not really care.
Did you walk around with a bandage on your ear, Tom, afterwards?
No, thank God. No, I didn't go full. I
Did you,
didn't go
Manko? I
that
bet you
route.
did,
No.
Manko. Did you walk around with a bandage on your ear, Manko?
How long did he even keep that bandage on his ear? What was it? Only like a few days?
I don't know. A lot of MAGA supporters were walking around with bandages on their ear, weren't they? When they're walking around in Congress
I
and
never
stuff, a lot of
saw
your...
anyone doing that. I've like
Are you
ever, not
kidding
even
me?
They had
online.
bandages on their ear at the Republican National Convention right afterwards.
Yeah, maybe some people did that because it was the Republican National Convention and it was a meme at that like one event, but I don't think outside of that one event I never saw anyone doing anything like that.
They literally did, and they look so stupid. I just thought, Gary, that's the ultimate cult. You know, when you walk around with a bandage on your ear to support the guy, it's just pathetic. Grown men and women were doing that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like I supported Trump at the time, but I wasn't gonna dress up in a costume for it. Like that's like no, I'm not gonna. I'm an adult. I'm not dressing up in a costume for Trump. Like no, I supported him
Did you
back
wear
then.
the red hat though?
I never really wore a Trump hat that much. I have one, but I never really wore it out much.
And you know what, Andy, like you and Tom and people like that who really supported him and voted for him, and the fact that you've said what he's like now, kudos to you, because this is what we need. You know what I mean? It's not about who voted for him and therefore he's in power. It's about who's actually willing to hold him to account. That's what's important. You know, I really rate those people who voted Starmer and say, actually, no, this guy's defrauded us. You know, we're going to hold him to account. That's what's important. Um, so yeah, well done. To have hope in a leader and to think he's going to fix your country, and then to feel that disappointment in him is really tough. But then to feel that disappointment and take a stand, that's what's really courageous.
Yeah, what I'm more concerned about is the people that are just going to be so discouraged. They're going to be like, screw politics, just screw everything. The system's so broken. They're just going to not do anything. They're not going to be active in either of these spaces. They're not going to be active in politics, and they're just going to give up on the system entirely. And they're just not going to channel their anger and their feeling of betrayal into something positive. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned that there's a lot of people that are just like, everything's corrupt, so I'll just give up and wait for everything to fall apart. That's my concern. We can't black pill.
Yeah, Andy. It's depressing, man, isn't it? Isn't it depressing? And I feel like I see the whole of everything through this lens. Like with what's happening, and we know what's happening, everything I look at in life has become through this lens now. It's awful. Herc, jump in.
Oh, Gary left, but he made a confession that he's programmed, and I have to do the same. I spent a lot of time with the Nader people and the Ron Paul people, and even when Andy was talking about all the Congress people are compromised, I wanted to say, jump in and interject. Well, Ron Paul wasn't. He introduced 635 bills. Only 3 made it to the floor. Only 1 got voted on, and it didn't pass. And this was the greatest right wing libertarian congressperson we had in our lifetime. Now we have Thomas Massey, and people are skeptical of him because of his Freemason connections. I think he's doing good work, so I
Oh
like
my
to give
God,
him the
does he have
benefit of the doubt.
Freemason connections? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
with his
skeptical of him anyway, but I didn't know he had Freemason connections.
yeah, I'll bring up the accusations later. I have to go over them again. Uh, but I think the point is that uh, we don't have a healthy system where there's checks and balances. The Professor Izadi mentioned that. Uh, it's gotten worse now. We're going to have instead of apolitical brass in the military, we're going to have partisan hacks. It seems to be from the Trump fallout of cleaning out the generals who are against the Iranian war. But let's just say that Ron Paul and Thomas Massey are the good Freemason types that espouse the virtues that the founding fathers wanted. Well, even they can't really change the trajectory of our system when we have, well, the Democrats are what pathetically passes for the left. And part of our programming is, and it was the accusation was right there, calling somebody hard left who isn't even close to hard left. Let me give you a brief breakdown. The hard left is the communists because they don't run candidates, and they're doing what Gary jokingly suggested is grabbing. They want people to grab the pitchforks, which is the worst battle tactic. I suspect that's why they built so many FEMA camps, as if there is some kind of revolutionary movement, they can demonize those people and throw them into some kind of martial law encampment. But again, I digress.
No, Trump's
The
working
far
with
left,
them. That's why Trump hasn't gone after the Uniparty's working with them. That's why the Republicans complain Antifa, 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 but they've never arrested the Soroses and the people actually funding these radical groups. We know Soros is not a communist, but they use these people to stir up division. And these Antifa foot soldiers are just useful idiots, and they never actually face consequences because they want these people. So then Trump can turn around and say, "Oh, look, 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 the radical left, the radical left." Okay, yeah, why haven't you ever actually done anything? It's a boogeyman, and I keep commenting like, "Hey, if this is such a problem, why have the billionaires funding this never been arrested?" Like, because it's the uniparty. They need the at this point I consider Trump the center right. He's basically George W. Bush, but he with his war, but he closed the border at this point. That's pretty much what he is. It's all it's a fraud. Like, we don't have a real right wing party. We don't have a real populist nationalist right wing in America either. Like, we have the right wing, like you have Ted Cruz working with the ADL to cancel Tucker. So that's like center right working with, like, it's just a complete joke. Everyone's in bed with each other.
Trump does a lot more wins than just the border. Like, he's done a lot against DEI. He's done a lot against like the deep state and the federal bureaucracy. He's done a lot against regulation. Like, there's a lot of right wing things that Trump has done other than just immigration. It's just people are mad that he, like all other candidates, like both parties, is also under the thumb of Israel, and they didn't want that to be true. But it's I think that was wishful thinking.
a more blatant example, Andy, is the Just Stop Oil crowd. It's funded by the Getty heiress, and I don't believe for an instant that she feels guilt about the fortune her family made. And she's funding this group out of the kindness of her heart. These are useful idiots, as you pointed out. So the difference between the hard left and the far left is that the socialists are fractured into half a dozen parties. One of them doesn't really count because the DSA is in their manifesto is an umbrella of the Democrat Party, and they funnel watered down leftists into their party, like Mamdani. Uh, so you have the Greens that were trying to be moderate when Nader was around, but he got pushed out, and now they pivoted to, if you don't accept our platform, the world is going to end because of climate change. So really, the left of center folks are politically homeless unless they find an independent like Bernie Sanders, and Of course, he sold us out. So this is part of the problem. We don't have actual intellectual debates on television. We have sensationalist talking points, and we usually don't even learn anything from the debates. It's all the other party's fault, and they just gaslight people over and over. And in this case, the Democrats couldn't even have a decent primary because first Biden would have been exposed, and then they didn't even want a fair competition with people like Marianne Williamson. I mean, we are in a sad state where we are actually our own worst enemy. And that's a hard thing for us to acknowledge.
Yeah, polling was showing that the majority of Democrats thought Biden was too old and they said, hey, we want to have a primary, and nobody stepped up and ran. I guarantee you, as much as the establishment wants it to be Vance or Rubio, the Republicans, because I'm not acting like, there is going to be a primary because for the Republicans do have, I'd say, less control over their party. The Republican establishment has less control over their primary process than the Democrats do. Like, if someone steps in to challenge Vance or Rubio, they're not going to be able to keep them out because there is, like, just think about the fractioning there's already. By 2028, when the voting starts, they're not going to be able to say, oh, sorry, you're a popular candidate, but we're not going to let you run. That's just not going to happen. There's going to be, whether they win, that's not a guarantee, but there's going to be a primary on the Republican side. They're not going to be able to
Well, we
coordinate
just,
Vance or
yeah,
Rubio.
with Trump, with the election we just had, there were a bunch of primary challengers and they held on for quite a long time. It's just none of them got enough traction to actually be able to like get Trump's numbers low enough to make it competitive, but they all had their shot.
Exactly. DeSantis had his failed campaign launch in the X space and fizzled out. You had Nikki Haley was just your traditional kind of neocon. And then Vivek was thought of as this young energy guy, but then now everyone realizes that he's no different and is just part of the same scammer system and wants to push immigrant labor into our country.
Nikki Haley was just trying to make her money because she got paid. She gets paid a lot of money by the interest groups, including especially the Zionist interest groups, in order to be like their puppet and stuff. So she had to make her appearance. I'm sure she made a lot of money from that.
She was part of, wasn't she on the board of Raytheon or one of those companies?
Yeah, I don't know, but I do know that when she was in her period before like the actual campaign started, she did lots of speaking appearances, including for some various like pro-Israel organizations where they paid her massive amounts of money for the speaking appearance. That's sort of like the wink wink bribery like kind of setup that we have now in American politics where you get paid massive amounts of money for speaking appearances, and she got millions of dollars from this before and after your actual political role in order to sort of buy you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, these people are all paid off, but the point is the Republicans, they still at least had that process. They didn't just say, okay, yeah, we're gonna let Trump run again. They at least had that process. And the fact that the Democrats didn't even, and now you're seeing this though in the Republicans, some of the Republican primaries, like you have Casey Push, who's actually running on an America First platform challenging Vivek for the Ohio governor nomination, and they're not even having a debate. And Casey Push is like, no H-1Bs, like no data centers, and he's anti-Zionist, and they're not even letting him debate Vivek, and it's completely ridiculous. Like they're not Republicans are now using the same tactic in some of their primaries that the Democrats did, and it's like, how did that work out? Polling shows Vivek in a tied race with a Democrat for the governor. I don't want to see Democrat or Vivek win. They both suck. Casey Bush is actually a good candidate, but the polling shows Vivek tied for the general election in a state that Trump won by 12 points, which should just tell you how unpopular Vivek is. He is not.
Oh, Vivek is terrible, but that Casey guy, he's not a serious candidate. Like I saw some of his stuff. He was saying like really outlandish things and making a clown of himself and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, okay. So he just got put up to round up that part of the vote so that he could tank it so Vivek would have a clear path to victory. And unfortunately, they didn't put any competition up against Vivek because if they did put any serious competition up against Vivek, Vivek would have lost because he has the charisma of like an old shoe. He's terrible. He's like so slimy.
Yeah, well, Trump endorsed Vivek, Elon did, and then he got all of the money, and that's the whole political corrupt system in Ohio. I mean, that's Les Wexner, Epstein's co-conspirators' playground in Ohio. That's Les Wexner runs that state, and it's Ohio is very corrupt. You can't get anywhere in Ohio in the Republican Party without Les Wexner's direct or indirect backing.
True, true. Joel, let me ask you something. We were talking earlier, I don't know if you heard, with Gary about the different lines of division. And we've talked about this before, right? Even before this war, across America that are there. You know, left versus right, these liberals versus conservatives. Even amongst the black community, there's like the FBA and, you know, pro reparations, anti reparations. He's not really a black. We know that anyway, because we've covered it before. You know, he's not really a black. And it just, every society, every community, there's a divide. Do you think they're ever going to unite now that this is going on and with what's coming to America?
I think we've been the closest we've ever been. I mean, I hear it more and more. And I mentioned on the space, like there was someone who I actually think had a really good take on what we should do, which is um, elect people from the party you're from. You don't have to change parties, but elect people who aren't being funded by foreign countries. And that made a lot of sense to me, right? That is a way to um, you don't have to feel like you win against your tribe, let's say, but you're still supporting uh, America First in all reality. Because America First is not a Democrat thing. It's not a Republican thing. It's any American thing. Like they conflate this thing of, you know, oh, you know, Republicans are America First, Democrats are not. And that's not true. Like most Dems don't want an open border. They don't want illegals either. They don't want to see transitioning kids. Yeah, you have a group of radical left that want that, just like you have a group of radical right that want things that don't make sense for being America First, like this supporting this war, for example. So I think we're the closest we ever been, but I think that'll happen first. We'll vote on a combined outcome regardless of party, and not that we'll have like a party that kind of takes over as a third party. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. And even if it did get close, they'll do what they did to Ross Perot when he was running, when there was actually somewhat of a chance of a third party winning.
And do you see Trump doing the full term? Do you see him getting him impeached? Like, as in, if Americans are really waking up, do you see him completing his full term or getting impeached?
Right now, the independents have a. Let me make sure I get my numbers right. I think it's a 18% approval rate. No, sorry, 23% approval rating of the war. Okay. And a 12% approval rating of the economy. You cannot win elections if nearly 80% of the people who make the difference in the vote are saying they don't support you. And I know there's still a long time, and there is, but you'd have to make a radical shift. And that doesn't, even if you turn on the money printers now, I don't know if you guys remember, but when COVID happened, it really took like 9 months to 6 months till like that actually started affecting people financially. It took a long time for people to actually feel the benefit of all the money printing. Um, and that's kind of what I expect here. Like this is not going to, he's out. Like he's going to be a lame duck president and he's going to get impeached if people in the midterm who win are not being supported by APAC and everything else, or else they're going to keep them in power.
Well, it takes 67 votes in the Senate to remove him. Impeach is just a simple majority in the House, but the conviction in the Senate is 67 votes to remove him.
Yeah, I don't see that. I see that happening only if there's a radical change during the midterms. I mean, do you see it happening? I really don't.
Get removed. I don't see him getting removed. I'm wondering if like they made some deal with Trump, like, hey, you're gonna do this Iran war for us, but the Apex, like, don't worry, we control enough Democrats. We promise that if you do this war for us, they won't impeach you and drag you through another trial in front of everyone. Like, I wonder if there's some kind of deal behind the scenes. I know, like, Solomon has thought that in the past. He was maybe thinking that could be a possibility.
I said this when he got elected, and I really hope nothing happens to him. But he is old. He is obese. He's way past the average age for someone who has that much body fat. Um, does he last this long? I mean, I don't know if you guys don't see it, but I see what looks like an onset rapid decline. Decline happens really rapidly, right? But you see the signs really slowly. I'm
Alex
starting to
Jones said
see
the same thing in August. He said Trump needs
who
to take. Alex Jones in August said Trump needs to take it easy and rest more, referring to the fact that he only sleeps 4 hours a day. Otherwise we could see a severe health event in the next 12 months. And just look at Trump back in August and compare him now. He looks way more fatigued. His When he talks, he's way more confused. His rants on social media are way more unhinged. Like it's like night and day from even like 7 months ago.
yeah. Yeah, it's true. I
You
don't
can't.
think he
You
I
can
don't think he
function.
lasts.
I don't know. I think he lasts, but it will just be in a significantly diminished shape.
I have an update on Israel and Iran. According to the Hormuz letter, breaking, Israel is preparing to announce the failure of Iran negotiations, with the U.S. giving Israel immediate authorization to strike Iran's energy facilities after the announcement, per Channel 12.
Yeah, that's what I said would happen. That Trump would let Israel be the bad guy.
They
Sorry,
do
what
a
was
good
that
job of
update?
that on their own.
I'll put the tweet in the nest.
Oh no, don't put anything in the nest, please. Just tell me what it was.
Oh, okay. It's at the Hormuz letter. It says that Israel is going to announce the Iran negotiations failed, and that the U.S. gave them authorization to strike Iran's energy facilities. And that's according to Channel 12.
Yeah, and when's Israel ever needed America's authority for anything? Like literally, like it's the other way around, isn't it? Israel dictates to America and briefs them. This is what you're going to say now. This is what you're going to do now. Like whatever. But thanks for that, Herc. Appreciate it. Joe, back to you.
Just on the question of Trump's growing senility and his rants and the positions he's taking being hypothetically the consequence of onset of senile dementia or other some sort of dementia. Yeah, I could see that. But the problem is all of the people who are echoing exactly what he says. Now, Pete Hegseth is crazy, but if you watch his testimony before Congress yesterday, he's just as insane or demented as Trump, and he doesn't have the age, to justify that sort of behavior. So I go back to I don't think he may be slowing down. Yeah, he's fat. He's been fat a long time. And because you're 80, whatever it is, 83, for someone who's 30, 40, or 50, might look at that and go, oh, well, they're gone. Their mental capabilities are gone. And I'll just say, as someone who's 67, that I'm just as sharp as I ever was. And I know a lot of people who are older than I am, including my business partner, who's 77. So I'm just cautious about diagnosing people based on their behavior, particularly when that behavior is mirrored by so many Zionist supporters. I still think he's blackmailed by the Epstein files. I agree he looks horrible. Looks like he's declining. I think it's from the stress, and we can probably hypothesize what that stress is. But when he was at the USC fights in Florida a couple weeks ago, he looked horrible. Really looked horrible. But I don't think his rants are because he's senile. I think it's because he's compelled to act in a way. So just my 2 cents.
We've been seeing him golf a lot less these past like few months as well, even before the Iran war. So that could signify he's not in the physical condition to golf every weekend like he used to as well.
Certainly possible, but golf doesn't take a lot of physical stamina, particularly when you're riding the cart. I
Well,
play golf
remember,
today. So
well, remember, MAGA used to always post those clips. Look at him golfing. Look at his swing. Look at how strong and in shape he is. Remember? And he just did that True Social post today saying, I passed this cognitive test 3 times. I'm so sharp.
Such deep geopolitical analysis. Doc, just a question to you. In terms of what was I going to say? In terms of Trump right now, what do you think the support level is for him?
I'm sorry, the support level for him?
Yeah, like
I
what
think
do you think the
it's
level of support is for him? Because obviously we've seen the polling; it says like 65% against the war, whatever it may be. But you know what? Like you can't really always base it on polls because polls can be manipulated. Just from a general sense, what do you think it is?
I think that's probably a likely figure. I think it's in that ballpark. I don't think he has 40% support. And I don't think he has 20% support. I see and hear from too many of my followers, a lot of them becoming former followers, who continue to support him, who believe everything he and Fox News is telling people. I mean, people that I know that know Trump are part of the various campaigns, who are rational, intelligent, logical people, who media, the mainstream media as a source of propaganda. These same buying, they still believe in the power and the might of the American military to accomplish anything and everything. I was in a space the other day with former American mission people, which was in part just us evangelicals to speak to their beliefs that Trump and America is going to be victorious because of their religious beliefs. And they started, I had a difficult time trying to address the room because the person who was hosting the room is someone who's a very good friend, brought me right up, asked me questions, and asked me to speak on what I had heard and give my opinion. And I wanted to be respectful, suggesting that what happened of the continuing power and might of the American military. And I informed them, look, we did not free the people of Venezuela. The government has not changed. The only person from Maduro's government who is not still in place is Maduro. They coordinated that attack, that kidnapping, with his second, third, and fourth commands. And they're still there. That did nothing for the Venezuelan people. There's no planned election, democratic election, to elect new leaders there. America is just stealing their gold and their oil, and they're stealing Venezuelan people. And zero pushback. And I just don't think that the people are, obviously they're not in this space, or they're not listening to me very much. The information, and they're not curious enough to go out and seek out information that contradicts their beliefs.
Um, by the way, I don't know if Beatrix told you that, but the airspace of Iran has cleared out, so there could be something coming. The last time that happened was before both strikes, the both times that the Israelis decided to go to war. So just to be clear on that, and we also received footage of what was it again? British soldiers hiding because when Israeli missiles hit. So lots of information coming out. The US debt is now apparently sitting at $39 trillion. So yeah, lots of movement for sure. Andrew, question to you. Based on like the extravagant amount of buildup that's happening in the Middle East, do you think something's happening in the next few days, or what do you think is going on?
Yeah, definitely, Suleiman. I called it when you and I were both calling it the first time. Remember, we kept saying, look at it within the next 24 to 48 hours, and bam, it happened. I missed the call. I missed it this past weekend because I really did. I thought they would hit last weekend, but it didn't. But now, certainly coming up here now the weekend, I'm really thinking we're going to see kinetic action. Definitely, Suleiman. I mean, it's too much not to happen with all the rhetoric, but the force is there to have, I believe, an air campaign, missile strikes, maybe some limited special op insertion, like that failed attempt we saw last time. They tried to cover up with a down pilot only rescue mission. And then I think Trump will again use that for his, look what we did. We got their enriched uranium enough to set them back 20 years. So the rhetoric will fly. We regime changed. The lies will stack on top of lies, and only the MAGA cult and the other, I'll say that group will believe that. But I believe he's desperately looking for an exit ramp. He's past the point of desperate. I think he knows without a doubt that he's day by the minute losing more and more of his base. And I really was interesting. I heard Tom up here speaking. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past. I think the guy very possibly, and I really appreciate, as always, Doc's input. I don't think the guy's really senile or anything like that. I think it's really he might be medicated, like on some Xanax or something. I don't know, but he's losing it, and more again. More and more senior officers and civilians, I believe, will start speaking out if he tries to really ramp this up more. But yeah, Suleiman, definitely, I think it will happen the next. Here we go again. I'm going to hang my hat on it again. 48 hours coming into the weekend. I think we'll see it.
Yeah, I think it's coming this weekend as well. I just don't like today would be likely, but because it's not a weekend, that's what makes it a bit more unlikely. So maybe tomorrow night is probably going to be more likely.
Are you going to go 24 hours if it starts again?
Yeah.
Why would you ask that, bro? That's crazy. Are you want to do 24 hours like?
No, I can't. Listen, Suleiman, listen, I'm struggling. After the last 2 weeks, I've got my voice back, but I haven't got my energy back. I can't even do
Oh
like
my
2
God.
hours.
I mean, if we were given a choice, we choose the other way around.
Oh my God, you're so bad. This is what he said to me now, Andrew. He'd called me up when I was sick, and he was like, "How are you feeling?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm getting my voice back." He was like, "Oh, not all good then." And then he'd call me up, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, do you know what? I think I'm feeling better." And he was like, "Oh, I don't know. I think I preferred it before." You know, that kind of stuff. Never a nice word.
Heartbreaking.
Let's go to Obi-Wan. Go ahead, Obi-Wan.
Not
Obi-Wan.
another one.
Okay,
Obi Vinton, Winton, whatever your name is, speak. or forever hold your peace because you're. Yeah, there
Oh
we
no, wait,
go.
I'm here. I'm here.
See that? That's how you do it. Go ahead, Obi.
Well, I didn't realize I was up, so sorry about that. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah,
We
yep,
can, we
because you
can.
requested.
Oh, cool. I just wanted to make a comment about like the political landscape in the US and where the tides are turning and how there is this notion of left versus right, but then there's a big group that's growing sort of around the uni party. And I mean, I think because looking at obviously looking at the polls, the shift in people's support for Israel has obviously dramatically shifted. If you look at how the support for a war, it's obviously historical how low that support has been this early on in a war. If
Right,
you
your
look at all
mic's so
the
bad, it's unbelievable.
oh, is it okay?
It's
Sorry, I'll step down and change my mic and come back.
yeah, it's just in and out.
Okay, cool.
Okay, let's go to Styles. Styles, jump in. Styles. Okay, Andy.
I was gonna ask him one Styles, but he's gone now. See you later, Styles. You have to be ready to speak when you come up. See.
Hold on, me.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah. Go
someone
ahead.
called me. Yeah, some person commented the same thing to me twice. I must be doing the right thing. Someone commented under a post of mine, "Your mom must be turning over in her grave with embarrassment on how you turned out. Poor mom thought she did better. Looks like she raised a GED educated, woke as F, Hamas loving, anti Semite, Trump deranged syndrome moron who accomplished nothing in life. Take your meds." And it was like, it's so, yeah, I'm freaking getting random, some freaking random person. People are really crashing out. And it's like, in what way would anyone think I'm woke? I'm woke because I like Tucker and I commented under a Senate candidate's post that I support them because they don't like funding Israel. So that makes me woke now because I don't like children dying. That's very interesting. And that should just tell you the mental state of our Zionist opposition that they call you woke because you value human life. Interesting. Aren't Republicans supposed to be pro life and value human life? I guess it's all for show for a lot of these people. They only value human life until it's born, and then a lot, not all of them, but the Zionists, then the second someone's born, it's, oh, if they're in another country, it's okay to bomb them. It's just ridiculous.
Take it as a compliment. The old-fashioned definition of woke was you were aware of the manipulation, whether it was governmental or societal.
Herrick, Herc, you mentioned that you wanted to speak about what Chris Masterson said. I don't know if you got a chance to speak about it, but what were your thoughts about that in terms of the energy crisis?
Yeah, it was interesting. First off, that you used conspiratorial as a negative. That was a psychological operation that was put in place so people originally wouldn't want to question the JFK coup d'etat, and it persists to this day.
Well, just
Yeah.
to answer the question, because let me illuminate you on that. So the reason I phrase that like that is because most people are not open to speaking about these kind of things, and if you frame it in that way, they're willing to do so. But the second thing is, what happens with conspiratorial situations is, and this is why it's very hard to navigate, that you'll get the real conspiracy, as in what the real information is, which goes against the orthodoxy. And then what you'll have is a intelligence operation that makes all the extreme conspiratorial positions that have hardly any basis in reality. And the reason it's done is so that people don't believe the actual real heterodox position, which is, you could probably describe as conspiratorial. So a good example just to kind of highlight it is, if you look at what happened in 9/11. So 9/11, the real story was the mainstream story. And then the conspiracy was that the hijackers were Israeli, Saudi, American financed Mossad, CIA, Saudi operation. And then the conspiracy was that, guess what, there was no hijackers. So that'd be an example of like the different layers of it.
Well, the conspiracy mentioned was the extraordinary amount of refineries and oil facilities, natural gas facilities that have been attacked. And it seems to me that this could be not just a plan of the globalist agenda to derail the global economy and make us more anxious about the future, but this could be governments striking back against America because for a long time, we were engaged in cyber warfare openly. In fact, here in the States, we would watch sports games and they would brag about it in Army commercials. So I think when I see something like a huge ship running to a bridge or two helicopters running into each other, yes, it could be pilot error, it could be a computer malfunction, but my first instinct is to think this is
But can you
payback
just explain
for
that?
all the
Because,
sabotage we've done.
but can you explain that? Because how would, for example, Ukraine bombing a Russian refinery and attack on America?
No, that's not where I was going. The the refineries here, yeah, some of them caught on fire, probably for uh, errors or negligence or lack of maintenance, but the extraordinary amounts
But
of
that's why the question was
California
there. Is it?
facilities going
Yeah, but
in
that's
repair.
why the question was there, right? Is it an extraordinary amount? That's what I'm asking. Like, I assume it is, but again, that's an assumption. Is it that it's been highlighted a lot more? Like, is this commonplace that so many refineries generally do have these problems and we're just highlighting it now? Like, this is a real question. Like, what's the? It does seem like there's a lot more than usual, but is it really? And if so, what's the level of increase that there is? Or is it because there's an energy crisis that we're kind of eyeballs are on it? That's why I'm genuinely asking. I haven't looked at it. So have you looked at it? Do you know?
Well, you're right. It could have just been underreported because they wanted people to go out and spend more than they earn. And that would hurt summer planning if they knew that certain refineries were under repair or had been damaged for some reason. I'm speaking as a California person right now. It's very important for the price of gas not to fluctuate too much for spending that isn't essential. So that could be part of the subterfuge that we don't know about. But I suggest that they want to highlight it now because they want us more anxious and worried about uh, the the energy concerns, and that we'll accept something like invading Venezuela and blockading Cuba and Iran, for instance. Another conspiracy theory that I think has been validated is that it was impossible for Iran to have 10 years of drought. Immediately after those bases were either destroyed or severely damaged, massive amounts of rain came. So I think that was a validation for people that had been told they were crazy, that the government couldn't manipulate weather, even though we had cloud seeding technology. I think back all the way in the late 40s, early 50s. The Chinese even used it for the Beijing ceremonies. So things are coming out more, and I think now they're diverting us with more talks about aliens, for instance.
Yeah, but again, back to the energy thing. Like, I am interested to see like what is the situation, or is it worth someone looking into it? Like, what is the kind of, is it increased? What's happening? I know Richard Medes believes this is America doing it, but then there's been a 2 or 3 refineries in America that's been hit as well. So I don't know. It's really strange unless it's something. It isn't a country. It's like WEF, Deep State, Zionists, basically trying to, but basically the Zionists trying to destroy energy infrastructure, so they go towards this kind of Palantir social credit score type state, 15-minute city type state. That's probably what I just makes more sense to me without really looking at it. But yeah, it's worth looking into for sure.
I think someone like myself, I'm Gen X 58. When I was a young man,
You're a what?
we were told we were crazy for believing, for instance, Reagan
You're a
delayed
Gen
the
X what?
hostages.
58.
Well, you're born in 1958.
No, born in 67. I'm 58 years old.
That's
Gen
a
X.
boomer, bro.
No, Gen X. We are more conspiratorial by
Yeah, but you're
nature
a
because
boomer.
of.
Herc, you're a
He's
boomer.
your
Don't try to
follower,
be
is he,
Gen X.
Suleiman? Aren't like a lot of your followers like boomers, you were saying, aren't they?
Yeah, so Herc's
Andrew's a
like they're
boomer.
Herc's age. They're all boomers.
No, 67 is like an early Gen
Boomer
X.
is 1946 to 1964.
Yeah, I know you say that, but it's not like a strict thing. Like, come on, you telling me someone born in 65 isn't really a boomer?
Well, 67, I was 12 when Reagan got into office. So that was a prevailing
Were you alive
talking
when
point.
Kennedy was shot?
No, but that was one of that and the Gulf of Tonkin incidents were uh, prevalent in conspiracy talks, even in the newspapers in the 70s. And the Gulf of Tonkin turned out to be true. It was a collusion between the CIA and the Navy to blow up bridges and poison the water supplies of the Vietnamese. And both times, our CIA.
Oh, it's me. I'll reset.
Ziotak.
Oh, it's him.
No, it wasn't. I could hear him. Herc, speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can he?
Yeah.
Can he? Yeah.
Anyway, I'm done, and Silver Sailor has his hand up.
God Silver.
Hours have been really hampering my ability to get on, but I'm doing it now. So I appreciate everything you've been doing, Solomon. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it right now. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. I'm gonna be reading some protester quotes. Salute to Gio. I meant to get on yesterday when Gio was on speaking, the fire controlman that left the military in protest. So here's a few quotes of protester type. William Crandall, a U.S. lieutenant and Vietnam veteran, he said, "We went to fight for freedom, and our testimony will show that we have turned Vietnam into a series of concentration camps." Another, Gary Rader, a U.S. Army reservist and draft resistor in 1971. "We are no longer interested in merely protesting the war. We are out to stop it." And the last but not least, Daniel Ellsberg. Salute to him for what he did in his hand in ending the Vietnam War. Daniel Ellsberg said, "We weren't on the wrong side. We are the wrong side." Salute to our veterans. Thank you very much. Silver Sailor out.
Awesome, Silver Sailor. I missed hearing you on the space. I love your quotes. Thank you for coming up. I know you were up yesterday, but we didn't get to hear from you. So really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm feeling better, so normal service will be resumed on these spaces, Silver Sailor. So you come up every day with a little quote now. The quality is going to improve because I'm feeling better. You hear me?
Absolutely. Yes, your voice just brings so much joy to my ears, and we're glad you're back, and keep doing what you do, and we're going to win this for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Suleiman, should we go to the next speaker or did you want to add something? No, I think we go to Eric.
No, I was gonna actually, yeah. Let's go to Eric.
What were you going to say? What are you going to
No,
say?
it's just funny. Jake Lang, you know the guy I debated, and Tommy
Yeah.
Robinson are having a spat. So I was just reading that. It was hilarious.
Who's on the right side?
It's Tommy Robinson and Jake Lang. None of them are on the right side.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. Then they can eat each other alive. Let's go to Eric. Eric, jump in.
Thank you very much. I'm Eric from the Netherlands. And I have a website of a complot theorist.
Okay, Eric. You can't come up for the first time on our space and your second sentence is to plug your website. Like, do you have anything to say on Iran or fuel or anything else?
Yes.
Well, let's talk. Let's talk geopol. Let's talk.
That's what I try to say on my website. It's all.
Yeah, I know, but you can tell us here. We don't need to hear about your website, Eric. Not a plugging
sorry.
space. You know what I mean? I think I
sorry.
bring these people in because I never heard this going on when I was sick. Anyway, go ahead, Eric.
Oh, sorry. I don't
Quali-
want to
quality
be
was a lot
impolite.
better.
I don't want to be impolite.
You're not being impolite, Eric. Just let's not plug anything. Let's just talk. What are your thoughts about what's happening? Just share. You tell us your thoughts.
My thoughts are that everything is created as a crisis. That's my thoughts. That are my thoughts. And I set it down on my website, but you don't want to talk about my website. But
We don't want to talk about your website. We want to talk about you. Like, we don't want to go and read it. We want you to share it with us and have a conversation. You know what I mean?
yeah, I understand. I understand. You
Let's
can ask
talk
me.
about it.
You can. What do you want to hear from
Are
me?
they cut out? Or is it me?
No, you're fortunate. He hasn't got out. We can still hear him.
Okay, I'll refresh the space, and maybe God would just didn't want me to hear this because I was literally thinking, what's going on?
Yeah. Eric, let's just. Okay, well, what do you think about Trump's position on this? Please don't tell me it's written on your website. What do you think about Trump's position on what's going on?
I think we are getting controlled from the elite. That's my position.
And who's the
Yes.
elite?
You know who
I
the
think it's
elite
Beatrix.
are or not, or
No, tell us, and don't tell us it's on your website. You tell us. You've got over 1,000 people here. Tell us who the elite are.
it's the
Pretend you're a
Anunnaki.
school teacher and you're educating us. Educate us.
It's the Anunnaki.
It's the what?
The Anunnaki.
He's gonna go into Anunnaki stuff, those aliens, space aliens.
Exactly.
Oh, damn. Is that what your website's about? Yeah, all right. Thanks, Eric. Thanks for joining us, Eric. Really appreciate hearing from you. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Thank you for
Bye-bye.
joining us. Bye-bye, Eric. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Why is Beatrix trying to hide the fact that the Anunnaki control us?
I don't even know what that is. But it's just the way Andrew said, anarchy. I thought, freaking hell, what is that?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Oh my God, you know what the chat's saying? Chart to travel saying, what if he has cheap petrol on his website? We don't want to miss out. They're literally like, what date is today? It's on my website. And Jamie's saying, what date is today? It's on my website. Literally, good cheeseburgers like he's smoking good crack. That's so funny.
I'm back, guys, now to bring the conversation back to geopolitics. This is what happens. You give Beatrix. Was this happening during the 2 weeks when she had no voice? Like, someone explained. Was it happening? Yes or no?
Never.
Exactly.
No, Beatrice, I'm joking.
But that was funny, though. I mean, I didn't bring him up. And Mummy, I don't think he was saying he's bad with English. I think his English was fine. He was trying to plug his website. But I think that, I mean, you know, like, it didn't really inspire any kind of curiosity in me to go and look at his website. That was just funny. Anunnaki, exactly, MJ. I see Hibba's commenting. They're loving it. Anunnaki. What the hell is that? Does anybody know what an Anunnaki is? I don't know what an Anunnaki is. They're the elite, but I don't know what they
But
are.
without going into extreme painful detail, we're looking at supernatural alien beings that have been here and existed, and how they're really running everything, which is connected to the lizard people, which goes on and on and on. And then the next thing you do, you wake up and find
Well,
yourself down inside of a deep rabbit
so
hole,
wait.
and you
So
can't get it.
Andrew,
Yep,
he thinks they are controlling us because when he said the
yep.
elite, um, effing Gamba's just given a super chat saying, "Ha ha ha! Beatrix is more hilarious than Sully." I hope that's in a good way. Effing Gamba. I hope you're not mocking me because you always come on to troll me, right, with your super chats. But when he said we're being controlled by the elites, and I said, who are they? I thought he was going to say the Zios or the, what is that they use in America? What is that? The deep state, or the
Yep.
swamp or something. I never freaking heard of Anunnaki. I thought it was like, what is that, Anorak? I don't know what he was talking about. Anyway, thank you very much, Eric. And he said a goodbye as well. So yeah, one of Suleiman's followers. What can I say? Let's go back to Suleiman.
Yeah,
Oh,
apologies.
Robin, chill out, Robin G. All you've done is whinge since you've come on the YouTube chat. I've got a good mind to give you time out because, listen, there's enough depressing things out there. We don't need your doom and gloom on the chat on top of that. Sorry, Suleiman, back to you.
That's funny. Right, to bring the conversation back to geopolitics, just before I do, I think this is a good segue to let you know that we have got David Icke coming on in 12 days. And he may or may not have a similar theory. So I don't know why you're attacking him, Beatrix. And so, yeah, we got David Icke coming on the 12th. So watch out for that. It's going to be a great interview. You ready for that interview, Beatrix?
Hey, Suleiman, Beatrice, for tomorrow's excitement, you're going to break the news of this special guest tomorrow, an hour before you open the channel or the video.
I don't know when to release it. Really, I probably because I don't know when to. Maybe like an hour or two before. It's at 4 a.m. So maybe like 3 a.m. we'll start the space, and I'll let everybody know who it is. It is a very, very big name.
It
Can't
is.
wait.
Do you know what? I've got to tell you, right, Andrew? This person, she, he, they, them, I'm not going to give away gender, nothing, right? Like bottles it every time the thought of debating Suleiman comes up. So let's see. I'm really, really looking forward to tomorrow, and Suleiman has to be fully charged, fully prepared and stuff. But yeah, it's a big
Yeah, I'm
name, but
setting
not
the
in a good
alarm.
way.
Yeah, right. I have the alarm set. That's how important this is. Folks, please mark notifications. Set your alarm if you're in the U.S. because that's I think 4 a.m. Eastern, correct?
Eastern, yeah.
Yeah.
Eastern. It'll be fire.
Yeah, that's going to be
Good.
fire. I wish I could say fire like that. I'm trying, Beatrice. It's not. It's very difficult. I spent too much time in the U.S. from birth. It's tough. Even my time with the Royal Navy, this Royal Naval Admiral one day goes, "Good God, man!" And I said, "What, sir?" But no, I'm looking forward to it. I've got my
It's
alarm
gonna
set.
be fire. Jamie, listen, you've obviously not been listening to the space. We can't say who he's debating, Jamie. You have to tune in tomorrow. And the reason for that is, Jamie, right, is because last time when this person, he, she, they, them, agreed to debate Suleiman, and Suleiman announced it, people went and scared the person off and said, "Oh my God, Sully's going to wipe the floor with you, he's going to smash you, he's going to bish bash bosh you." And then that person backed out, literally backed out. So now it's the same person, but Suleiman's gonna, like I said to him, just open the space like half an hour before and then go for it. Because if that person hasn't backed out until half an hour before, then that that person's gonna go for it. Um, and not just chicken out. Personally, I think they might even chicken out, but I'm hoping not, because so far, no, it's all committed. It's all going ahead. By this time, last time, they'd already backed out. So that's why there's no announcement of it, Jamie. But it ain't Alex Jones, Claire. Oh, God, no. Can you imagine? That's just having a conversation with a plant or something. Do you know what I mean? Like a tree or something, you'd get more response. Alex Jones is so dumb. And somebody as dumb as that, but it ain't Alex Jones. But yeah, that's what's going down. Jamie. I never said it's a woman user. I never said it's a woman. I said it's a he, she, they, them. So
That's the
yeah.
word. It's a transgender, and that's wonderful because yeah. No, I'm joking. But no, I think I know who it is,
Not
but I'm
far off
not
though.
certainly.
Andrew, not far off, not far off.
Yeah. I'm not going to say a word. I don't want to ruin that, but it's really, I pray to God this individual does come up. Suleiman, you're one of the top debaters I've heard, and I mean that. And yeah, I'll get beat up for, oh, you're always glazing Suleiman. Well, when it's due, I'll say it. But Suleiman, your debating skills, the way you're able to interview people, is astounding. I take notes on a couple I've heard you in, and you smash them. You smash them. So I'm looking forward to it, folks. Please post that. Hit the notification bell. Set your alarm. It's that important. Say, well, I'll catch the recording. Yeah, we catch the recording, but when you're listening to it live, I don't know. It's important to put those little to give him the thumbs up when Suleiman's smashing him. You're going to be there, right, Beatrice? Of course, in the gang. I
Yeah,
hope
I'm
all
not
the
gonna miss
regulars
it.
are there.
I'm not
Um,
gonna miss it. And these guys, right, on YouTube, they're hilarious because they're speculating Hiba. It's not Laura Luma. He's had better debates with Laura Luma. Laura Luma used to come up on his spaces all the time. Even after the genocide she did, actually, when that whole H1B thing happened, that's when they all lost their blue checks, and then she got hers back a couple of weeks later. She lost her blue check, Suleiman lost his blue check. They all did on the same space. He was hosting it. So she come up loads of times before, and they've had loads of debates and stuff. Do you know what? It's really funny, actually. You should mention that, but that's not the person he's debating. But it's really funny because when he went to Fresh and Fit, and I think that guy he was debating, Destiny or somebody he was debating, Suleiman was, right? And then it wasn't the normal Fresh and Fit, and I'd never watched Fresh and Fit unless Suleiman was on there debating. So then after the debate, I think Suleiman was there, and it was all about like the genocide and like Zionism and Israel. And Laura Luma kept giving these super chats, right? Like $50 here and $20 there and stuff with comments, like sly comments at Suleiman. And the host kept reading them out and stuff. And then Suleiman was like, tell her I'll debate her anytime. Tell her. Like, why is she giving these super chats? You know, we follow each other on Twitter. She comes on my spaces. Tell her I'll debate her any day of the week. And then she stopped super chatting because she didn't want to debate with him. He's given her a challenge loads of times and said, let's do a formal debate. But she won't do it. So, yeah.
yeah, absolutely not, because she gets smashed, and it's her credibility go down the hole.
Oh my God, it's not Megyn Kelly. Why is he going to debate Megyn Kelly? She's just like of no opinion whatsoever. She reads a script. What's there to debate there? Like, seriously, what are you guys thinking? No, it's not Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson was supposed to debate Suleiman, and no, it's not Luton. And Suleiman said, I'll debate him anywhere, any place, right? Bring it on. So then they said, he can't fly to America. This was last year. So Suleiman said, fine, I'll fly to Europe. He can go to Europe, right? And they were like, yeah, he'll come to Europe. And they just made him like literally globetrot, planning all these trips everywhere, and then turned around and said, yeah, no, I just want to do it. And that's happened twice that I know of, maybe 3 times with Tommy Robinson. He's backed out, but it ain't him. And it ain't Tim Pool either. Look at these guys are all guessing. Listen, I'm going to not play this elimination game because then I'm going to stumble and then I'm going to get in trouble. Just wait till tomorrow
Yeah, I
and
was
you
meant to
will find
debate
out.
Tommy Robinson just a couple of weeks ago. Not a couple of weeks ago, when I was in America. But then
Yeah.
and even then, in the middle of the war, because we were covering the war 24/7, I was like, I was still debating with no sleep. So Fresh and Fit organized it because he was in Florida, and then they put me in a group, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. And then he didn't reply; he ran off. So
And Suleiman, remember the debate with that white supremacist, the Brit? That was one of in your top, I think, 3. I was like astounded. And if you watch the debate, folks, when Suleiman was in there, excuse me, his face, the demeanor, the character, not his character, excuse me, his demeanor of this gentleman that Suleiman was debating, slowly his shoulders dropped. He was like, "Whoa, whoa, okay." It was amazing how Suleiman doesn't come out going, "Yeah, I'm gonna attack you." No, Suleiman puts all the facts out there, slowly, step by step. It was astounding, and that was I'm gonna put that as one of the top three that I've heard from you, Suleiman. So I'm really looking forward to this. Definitely.
Appreciate it. Yeah, let's see. Let's see how it goes tomorrow because I think I can't be as nice tomorrow. But let's see. Okay, back to the conversation. We just got some breaking news. Breaking news indeed. This is Fox News are reporting that a senior official told them Israel and US are close to resuming fighting. So that is being reported by Fox News. Something is about to happen. Um,
Suleiman,
hmm?
on that note, I forgot to say something. Especially in naval engagement. Now I know it's special. It's true also in ground force. I've talked to many Army Marine officers, but in naval forces engagement, when a force is put into, we have different levels of alert, and I'm not talking DEVCON and all that. I'm talking about force alert on a battle plan or an order of battle. You do briefings, you get the briefing, and then the officers will brief, and then the NCOs get briefed, and then the troops get briefed, and they go through the plan, they go through the exercise. Now, when the actual go time is given, like it's go time, or I've even heard expressions like 0 hour, drop hour, go time, whatever, the adrenaline of the men, and of course now we have more women in force, the adrenaline ramps like you can't believe. The adrenaline goes high and they go into a high stage of readiness, and then literally because of the massive adrenaline dump, I've seen it go to 20 and over 20 to 30 some hours of massive ramp up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. If it doesn't go and there's a stand down or let's hurry up and wait, when it happens to that point and it drops, you get an adrenaline drop. You also have a very deep compounded problem. We saw the food. Now, Andy Anthony weighed in on that. I wish I could real quick. That when you see food rations being given like that for a force afloat, especially warfighters, when they're eating, we call those reduced rations. That has a double whammy effect. Then the extended deployments. Many of those sailors out there are getting letters, and because it's not very much not like submarines, but they get letters, they get emails and updates. The percentage of Dear John letters, like these guys find out that their sweet little lovely's got a boyfriend or their husband just basically left them. There's massive things going on psychologically, and the longer it takes, the aircraft start needing ships need maintenance. It's not getting done. All this compounds. So they can't keep ramping up, and then say, "Well, let's wait another week or two." It really, and I know the warfighters are definitely briefing. Pentagon briefs are saying, "Hey, we've got this window. We've got to move. Let's do it." So we got to keep that in mind also.
Yeah, Andrew, I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying there. And yeah, let's see. But yeah, I do think it's going to happen either tonight or the next few days. But let's see. Obi, jump in.
All right, take two. Is this better?
Yeah, much better.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. All right, cheers. Thank you so much for these spaces. I love them. I've been on them for years. I just wanted to make comments on what people were talking about in terms of what people vote for and allegiances and left and right and whatnot. And I think that looking at the Israel and how Americans are viewing it has obviously drastically changed, right? It's the first time in history that more people are for the Palestinian cause or against Israel. If you look at the approval rating for the war, the Iran war, is again unprecedented, right? If you look at all the other wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, Vietnam, all of them, it took years to get majority of Americans against them. And, here it already, was above 50, 60% before the war even started. But, that's only one part. So you've got a big part of the population that are against the war or are starting to say that maybe Israel isn't doing great things. And then the second part is obviously there's a lot of people that are waking up to the influence of AIPAC and how maybe AIPAC is not in the best interest of America. But the third step is the uniparty part, where people understand that it doesn't matter who you go for because everyone is in one way or another compromised. And this happened, during, for example, COVID and whatnot. What I think needs to happen is we need more data to understand, because are the people that are against the war, do they fully understand the APAC uniparty part? Because I've been in a few spaces and there's a lot of people that just think every single person in American politics is compromised. And I think it's very different between, I'm European, and I think it's very different in Europe. But if you look at it in America, obviously every person in Congress is not, compromised by Mossad or every, every senator, every congressman. However, they all skate to where the puck is. So I think it's really important that we need to start understanding how deep of an understanding the people have, because you can see the shift in what is happening. And everybody's talking about it's really great that Dan Bilzerian is running and all these people. But we need to understand from a demographical level who understands like the full depth of where we are, because I think once the shift happens enough, I don't know, is it a third? Is it half? Is it 90%? Like what percentage are compromised in a way where it would ruin their lives? And what part of politicians are just skating to where, to where the puck is? Because obviously the deep state, whatever you want to call them, it's not a unison organism. They are trying to speed run whatever they're trying to do. Right. But there are, I would imagine, a huge percentage of politicians that are already thinking, especially if you're Lindsey Graham, you're at the end of your tenure, you've been compromised and bought for so long, you are going to fight that battle until the end. But for every Lindsey Graham, there is tons of politicians that are in the beginning of their career who just wants to get elected. They want to get money and funding. And when the tide shifts, they're just going to shift to wherever the puck is going. So yeah, I think it's great that we're supporting a bunch of independent politicians, but we also need more data, more understanding of where things are, because I think, yeah, again, there's loads of people in politics that are they're just going to do whatever sounds right. Same thing with DEI, right? It was like every brand was for DEI, and then when the tide shift, every brand went against it. Same thing with COVID, right? Like in the beginning of COVID, everyone was against it. So all the brands and all the famous people were like for the shot. And then when the tide shifted, everybody went against it.
There was some I was gonna tell you guys. Some more news. Here it is. Okay.
I rendered
So
you
confirmation
speechless.
that. Sorry.
No, I was joking. I rendered you speechless.
Yeah. Or you put me to sleep, whichever way you want to look at it. Now, some more breaking news. We now have confirmation, from Iran and FIFA's President Infantino that Iran will participate in the 2026 World Cup. Remember, Trump said earlier it was going to be Iran's choice. Sorry, it's going to be FIFA's choice. And they are saying that Iran will participate. How golden would that be? I mean, they don't have the team to do it, but if they end up winning the World Cup in the US, that would be hilarious.
Did you see that Italy said no even before the ruling came out?
Yeah. Italy said no. They said they didn't want to replace. They didn't want to replace Iran because they thought it was wrong to do so because Trump was attempting to replace Iran with Italy. So that was interesting to say the least. Let's go to Herc. Herc, jump in.
I have the tweet with the accusations against Thomas Massey, and also we happen to have a libertarian candidate for president last cycle. Welcome to the space, Dr. Rechtenwald. Curious to see what you have to say about the accusations of Ron Paul being compromised. I don't think he was. As evidence, he introduced 635 bills. None of them got passed. Only 3 even were debated. But the accusations against Thomas Massey seem pretty pale. So this is from Sir Escanor, parentheses, Hopium Slayer. He writes, the Thomas Massey deception. What if I told you that MAGA's new based anti-Zionist hero was neck deep in Masonry, transhumanism, and elite youth groups? Let's break down who Thomas Massey really is. The occult.
Okay, Herc, are you just
Sorry.
going to read someone else's tweet on thread? This is ridiculous. Like, can you not? Is there anybody who actually comes on these spaces and actually has their own thought rather than go and reading things from other people? It's just ridiculous. Like, what's
Well,
your view on
Beatrice asked
Massey?
me what the accusations were. That's why I
Who
want.
asked you that?
But I can put it in my own
Who
words.
asked you what the accusations were?
Beatrix.
Okay, but I don't need you to
What did
read.
I ask you?
What the accusations were about Thomas Massey and the Freemasons.
No. I didn't ask you to read something. You
Oh, I know
said,
that.
no, wait, hold off. You said, oh, people are skeptical about Thomas Massey. And I said, oh, really? You said it's because he's a Freemason. And I said, oh, really? He's a Freemason? I didn't realize that. And you said, oh, yeah. And I said, right, is that proven? And you said, let me put the tweet in the nest. And I said, no, don't put anything in the nest, please. Just tell me. And you said, oh, I'll have to dig it out later. And I said, fine. That's what we said. I didn't ask you to read nothing out. And do you know what, Herc? I don't even like the guy, so I ain't all that interested. He could be a Freemason or not. I think there's something dodgy about him anyway, and I don't trust him, right? There's something very fishy about him. So I don't really care if he's a Freemason or not. So let's not even talk about that. We had that Anarchy guy earlier, or Anarchita, whatever the hell that guy was talking about. Now we got you about Freemasons. I don't know what's going on, but let's just, yeah.
Oh, just one brief correction.
Also, I just noticed this guy's on the space. I've given him so much airtime, and he's too busy reading other people's tweet, and he doesn't even follow. So you can just go. Dr. Recton, Michael, how you doing? How's things?
I'm good, thanks. Good to be here.
What do you
I
think?
don't
There
know.
is a Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. What do you think? There is a possibility the war restarts?
Oh, definitely. I think it's a strong possibility that there's no way they're going to hold this off.
Yeah. I mean, Fox News are reporting that the U.S. and Israel are planning to go back to war.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I think that it's inevitable. There's no way this thing is over. Now, the U.S. has no exit because there's no plan. They don't know what they're doing there. I don't think they know what the objective is at this point, other than to do what Israel wants. But to what end? That's the question.
So, I saw yesterday you were having a fight with. Was it yesterday or the day before? You were having a fight with Dave Smith.
Yeah, Dave Smith and I disagree on some things, and he doesn't take any criticism from me very well. I criticize his viewpoint and more or less laughed at it because I think it's ludicrous. And I understand that I can't find the tweet where he attacked me pretty hard. Not that I care, because frankly, I think he's mistaken on a lot of things, and I can, say why. And I think, frankly, I think, somewhat overrated in terms of what he knows about a lot of things. But I never, look, the guy endorsed me for president. Now he says he wishes. Now, I think he said something to the effect that he regrets endorsing me more than he does supporting Trump for president. So, I mean, that's really ridiculous. I mean, so he has no principles. I guess is what that means, because Trump has killed people. He's a mass murderer at this point. And he's, funded the genocide and now the war against Iran and effectively against Lebanon. I mean, effectively, Trump has just rolled out the red carpet for Israel, and yet Dave Smith thinks that endorsing me was a worse mistake than his support for Trump. Ludicrous.
And I saw that he was having a fight with Dan.
Yeah, Dan Bilzerian got into it as well. That's why I got into it, because I saw that was going on. Jumped into that fray, and there was a tweet that Bilzerian put out and said, what do we talk about? Let's start with this. And in that video, Dave Smith is saying effectively that he doesn't believe that he effectively was saying that the United States was completely responsible for Israel's crimes. And that's just to exonerate Israel, I think. A very bad position to take. The idea that the United States, that Israel is just our pawn or something to this effect, or our satellite, something like this. This every bit of evidence goes against it, against this view that Dave Smith holds, which I attacked. There's no, it's a ludicrous position. It's Chomsky's old position. It really comes from Chomsky.
What does?
Yeah.
What comes from Chomsky?
Chomsky's idea was that you shouldn't criticize the Israeli lobby in the United States, because it's not that the United States is doing Israel's bidding. It's that Israel is doing the United States bidding as a sort of proxy. That view, that's where he gets it from Chomsky.
So I'm just reading some of the comments. Some are like, he's overrated. Someone said he's right 80% of the time. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, he's right a lot of the time. I mean, look, I would say the guy's on the right side of history generally, but I think there's a few things that can be questioned, like the view that I just questioned. And, another time, he's come out and said, I'm not an anti-Israel guy. I'm not anti-Israel. Well, he's supposedly anti-statist. So if you're not anti-Israel, being anti-state, and you're not anti-Israel, I don't know how that's even possible, since Israel is the worst state there is. So there's a lot of, he's been hedging his bets with. I would call him a liberal Zionist, frankly, to be honest.
So with Dave Smith, and this is why Dave Smith would be too scared to ever be on the same platform as me. His position is very simple. His position, I don't see as being any different to the Zionists. So I'll give you an example of what I mean by that. And I'd like to hear if somebody disagrees, because I'm more than happy to hear their perspective. So let's take each element. So when it comes to Palestine, or when it comes to October 7th, his position is the same as the Zionist position. There's no one element of difference. His only position difference on two key elements. He says some of the claims are exaggerated. So like, the debunked 48 beheaded babies. And then his claim is that Israel should have responded because it was a horrific massacre or whatever, but they went too far. So his position is the exact same position as Yair Lapid, The only thing is Yair Lapid lied about the 40 beheaded babies. In terms of, if you look at many of his debates, he agrees to blatant lies about the Palestinians. For example, a key one would be the Palestinians being used as human shields. That's a lie. That's been debunked many a times by many unbiased organizations. Or his claim, he agrees with the claim that they hide in like buildings of highly populated buildings. Again, that's a lie that the Zionists perpetuate in order to kill Palestinians. So those are examples of where I vehemently disagree with him. And I don't see how his position is that far away from, let's say, which Zionist can you put as an example that his position won't be too far away from? Who's like a good example of a left-wing Zionist?
That's a good question.
There's not many of them, is there?
No, not many.
His position is
Chuck
very
Schumer.
Huh?
Chuck Schumer.
Chuck Schumer, great example, great one there, Andy. Yeah, I'd say his position is not too far away from Chuck Schumer. Except Chuck probably believes in the 40 beheaded babies, but other than that, I would say there's not much difference.
Does
So
Jake Smith believe in rape? Sorry, Suleiman.
down voting, so they can come up on the space and present their position. So AK, do you want to come up and present your position? Or are you a coward and you can't do it? Go ahead, Beatrix.
Sorry, probably a coward. AK, come up. Does he believe in rape? The rape propaganda that October the 7th there was mass rapes. Does he peddle that, Dave Smith?
I need to check. And I can't remember. You see, another thing that he pushes is this position, which again I disagree with, but I get a lot of people do have this position, so can't just attack him on it. Is says I've got no problem with Jewish people. Okay, that's fine. We agree. He says I've got no problem with Israel. Fine. I mean, not fine. That's the problem. Israel is the problem. His only position is Netanyahu. His problem is Netanyahu, and again, that's where I disagree. I think the problem isn't just Netanyahu. You could replace Netanyahu with any Israeli government. That's the other thing I disagree with him on. And then the third element I disagree with him on is his hatred for Islam. So if you watch his debate with Laura Loomer, it's out there, so just watch it. And watch it with this lens. Look at every single thing he says about Islam. So he never says anything bad about Judaism. But with Islam, he agrees with it. He says, yeah, Islam is an extremist religion. They throw gays off buildings. All these are fake things about Islam, actually. This is all Zionist points. They throw gays off buildings, which isn't true. If you've seen any of my debates, I debunk all these claims. He makes the claim that these guys are like extreme. And so if you look at his debate with Laura Loomer, they were both like, yeah, we both agree Islam's evil, but let's have this conversation. Let's agree with that, and then let's deal with the conversation. So that's another point where I disagree with him. So I don't see how someone who's a Muslim and isn't cooked or is pro-Palestinian would be a supporter of him. But Tanner Welch, he does. If you watch his debate with Laura Loomer, it was like about 2 weeks after, 3 weeks after October the 7th. It was on Zero Hedge. If you watch that debate, actually, I can even read to you because I actually commented on it and did a commentary on it, and I did a tweet on it because I was just like, what the hell? Okay, let me read it to you. Tanner, and this is why I implore you, rather than being blind lovers of people, we should try and understand their positions. But I get it. He gets on Joe Rogan, so people get excited. I understand that. Let me get it. It was around
Just
20...
while you find that,
go
when
for
you
it.
were looking for an example of a left-wing Zio, Jamie on YouTube said Starmer. So funny because Starmer's a bit anti-Netanyahu, but then he peddles everything else, doesn't he? The freaking muppet. Starmer. Good
He's
left-wing
just
Zio.
some... Yeah.
I mean, you know, just
He's
the
just...
fact that
He's just some...
I'm sorry.
He's just... Okay, I keep trying to talk. He's just... Oh, sorry, Dr. Michael. He's just some examples of some of the things that he said in the Laura Loomer debate on Zero Hedge, and I only commented on like 20 minutes of it. So it was much worse, the whole debate. I just couldn't bother writing it all out. So 1 hour and 37 minutes in, so you can timestamp this, Tanner, and anybody else who loves him, and double check and verify if I'm right or not. 1 hour and 37 minutes in, he says Hamas targeted and slaughtered civilians. That's a lie. That's not true. 1 hour and 43 minutes in, Luma criticizes Islam. Dave Smith condemns the chant from the river to the sea. Like, how much towards the Zion, like from the river to the sea? Everyone who knows that chant is about Palestinian freedom. It's about Palestinian rights. So 1 hour and 43 minutes in, Luma criticizes Islam. Dave Smith condemns the chant from the River Sea and then refers to Hamas as Islamists. Islamist being a term that was actually created by Zionists. 1 hour and 45, Hamas he describes it as a radical Islamist organization. He also he acknowledges the problem. The problem is radical Islam. 1 hour and 49 minutes into this zero hedge thing, he says, I agree with Laura Loom that Islam punishes homosexuality, throws gays off buildings, and kills anyone who wants any form of reformation in Islam. He said, Laura, you're right about this. That's just a few examples. And if you want me to go through the entire debate, but I think many of you guys wouldn't have the stamina to do it because you guys probably, the ones who support him probably get excited because he's famous. This is what people do. But those are just some examples of that. So if anybody wants to disagree on those points, please come up and explain. Because again, this is where I disagree with him. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I still think that it's good that I don't know if it's good or not, to be honest, because he highlights it, but then his position is so Zionist that it mainstreams a Zionist position, you see. It mainstreams that Hamas, it mainstreams that resistance against Israel is evil. It mainstreams that Islam is evil. It mainstreams that Hamas hides behind, uses children as human shields. It mainstreams that Hamas uses civilian populated areas. For example, in one of the debates, he was like, they said, oh, Hamas uses civilian populated areas as human shields. And he's like, yeah, I know they do, but so does Israel, which is not true. Israel does, but the resistance don't. So those are just some examples of where I disagree with him. But if someone is a major fan of him, like this person, why don't you just come up and give us your thoughts about those, and maybe you can explain why you agree with him about his attacks on Islam and why river to the river to the sea is a problem, and why Hamas is the Islamist or radical Islamic organization or whatever. So yeah, those are the points I disagree with him on, Dr. Michael, as an example.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he said once that he was not an anti-Israel guy, and this was at the height of the genocide when he said this, and in the same breath he was also issuing plaudits, applause to Gad Saad and calling him an advocate of free speech. At a time when Gad Saad is crying about college protests and saying it makes him unsafe on campus, this guy that's supposedly a free speech advocate actually comes down against free speech when it really affects him. So, I mean, Dave Smith was praising him and at the same time saying, I'm not an anti-Israel guy. Well, I mean, this tells me he's a liberal Zionist. That is, he believes that Israel has a right to exist, quote unquote. And it's just a matter of their attitudes towards their neighbors, I guess, rather than, the fact that the whole project was based on theft.
Also, real quick.
And murder, I should add. Yeah, murder and theft.
Yeah, also on Dave Smith, I never took the time to go in line by line, but the brief times I've listened to some of his stuff, the Joe Rogan, and I think it was the Tucker Carlson, I could go on and on about his biblical doctrine, which is very pro-Zionist, Christian Zionist doctrine, but he hits on fringes. He has no knowledge of deep biblical doctrine, but he jumps on some very well worn out, overused Zionist, because I've been working this for over 15 years, rhetoric. I could pull up the receipts if need be. I probably should address it, but yeah, Dr. Michael, God bless you. That tells me I'm not surprised that happened. Give yourself a badge of honor there, sir.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I didn't lose any sleep over it, but he said some nasty stuff. I didn't go ad hominem on him. I was just talking a critique of what he said, of his. The only thing I did say, well, maybe this could be considered ad hominem. I said he's either controlled opposition or no opposition at all, because that's where that's what it amounts to, really. It's quite compatible with the establishment position in general. And he serves as an apologist for the Jewish elite, in effect, by effectively, cordoning off Israel as if it's the only, that Israel is the only problem, that there is no, ideological problem that's sort of that includes Israel, but that transcends it as well, that goes across international lines, that's not strictly based in Israel per se. So, anyway.
You know what amazes me, Dr. Michael, right? It's like I feel like it seems to be like and I'm not just saying this for, I mean, it's not America worse versus the Western world. I think it's an awakening across the Western world for the genocide, Zionism, Israel, and everything. But naturally, like we as in the world looks to America, Hollywood, celebrities, the TV series, everything that is anything really, the machinery is based in America. The media, the global media is led by America. So what happens is that for people who are just starting out on a learning curve, you get somebody like Dave Smith as an example that comes out. And providing he remotely criticizes Israel, they start we were talking about this before you came on the space earlier. Andy, myself, Andrew, and I think there was somebody else on the panel as well. We're just talking generally about the fact that people are put on a pedestal too quickly without looking at their motivation, sometimes their funding, sometimes, all of these things are really important. And I was specifically talking about Tucker Carlson as an example, that we just have to instill it in people that you can't hero worship. They're so desperate to look up and see a role model or a leader that's full of inspiration that they're blinded to these human beings and their flaws. They just think they're all authentic. And somebody like Dave Smith, he comes along, remotely criticizes Israel, and I never even heard of him. I didn't know who he was until at that time when he did that debate. Suleiman was talking, and I think he spoke about it on one of the spaces. Suleiman did, and said, "Look, these are all the things that I've listened to that he says." And I thought, "Oh my God, they're all Zio talking points, literally." And they remotely criticize Israel, but they do it in a way where they know that the Zionists won't really be offended. There's a caveat. There's a boundary. And especially when people and actually, do you know what, Suleiman? Do you remember what you said at the time? It's coming back to me now. They were activated together. There was Dave Smith and a couple of other people in the same few days. They were activated with the same talking points to try to, and this is when the kind of anti-Israel sentiment got to its peak. All of a sudden, these three or four people were activated with identical talking points, identical. In terms of, Hamas did all of these things as a checklist. They were terrible. And yeah, maybe Israel needs to kind of calm down a little bit. You can understand their anger, but, they weren't targeted attacks in Gaza. Maybe they need to be a bit targeted and stuff. They were exactly the same script was read by all of them. These three or four people, I can't remember who they were now. But
Yeah,
as long as they criticized Israel, people were like, "Oh my God, Dave Smith, he's brilliant. I love him." And I'm thinking, why? Why would you love him? Just because he criticized Israel? Like, really? I think we need to take those rose-tinted spectacles off and look at everybody with suspicion now. Everybody, anybody who's in a public profile, on media, on TV, look at them with suspicion and scratch beneath the surface to their statements to see where they're coming from, what their motivation is, and whether they're authentic or not. It's just pathetic
Also, you know what
otherwise.
it is? Like, a lot of people, I don't want to sound mean, but a lot of people, what they do is they jump from issue to issue to issue, and they don't understand the interconnection between a lot of issues. And so, for example, myself, we were all seeing, and I think Joe came up and clarified this quite clearly and stated this, that there was a machinery that was put in place over the last 6 months to specifically ramp up hatred against Muslims. Now, the reason for that is because if you demonize Muslims, and this is what they do before they do any kind of major operation, you would have had a manufacturing of consent for the war with Iran. Now, what failed in their regard was, and Joe is right about this, is, and he's the one who came up with this, and I thought it was an excellent point. What failed was that the Epstein files. The Epstein files, Trump covering it up, derailed that whole thing. And so instead of people hating Muslims, people end up going against Trump. And then when he did the war with Iran, they agreed, they were against Trump anyway. But if the Epstein files hadn't come along, there would have been so much hatred for Muslims that a lot more people would have been supporting the war with Iran. And so coming back to it, when people like that are relaying that level of propaganda, which is same as those people who are relaying the hatred, then it's quite clear that they've been platformed for a reason. There's a reason why TPUSA will platform someone like him, because he's relaying the right talking points that they need. It's within the parameters that they need it. And also, if there's someone who disagrees, someone who thinks that Palestinians have the right to resist, they won't be platformed. But someone like him who doesn't believe it would be. So I think that's where the major disconnect is. If you look at each issue in isolation, then hop, it's fine. But if you see the interconnected nature of all these things and how certain talking points impact everything else, then you'll see how problematic those statements are. And so I've always seen Dave Smith as a bit of a problem, to be honest, for that reason, because it's the reason why he'll never ever basically get on a platform with someone who can push back on him on these issues, because he's not really, he knows that he'll get exposed, and so he has to just, it's easy. It's like for example, now when we disagree amongst, if we disagree and if we disagree with someone who's pro-Palestinian but has kind of some Zio position, as soon as that person attacks a Zio, everyone's kind of cool with that person. So it's kind of like that. So Zios are much worse than him, obviously, so I'm not calling him a Zionist, but some of his talking points definitely are.
And Suleiman, the key he uses, this is what I found through my 15 years of research dealing with these types, is the word Judeo-Christian. That's the trap. That's the expression that I've studied, and they use it so carefully. And that's what he did, and I double-checked myself. I went back in, and guess what? The three interviews, the two that I was talking about, the Joe Rogan and was with the Tucker one there, was he used heavily influenced with Judeo-Christian, and then what they do, they mask it with, I'm just talking geopolitics here with the Judeo, but no, it has the whole Zionist narrative behind it. And then I'll end with this. I'm freaking out a little bit because when Beatrice said, you know what, he came to prominence as some of these others, guess what? In 2017, these three individuals had key breakthrough years. Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Dave Smith, and Tucker was a year before in 2016. So, wow. Great job, Beatrice.
Yeah, when Dave Smith started, like in during the genocide, when he started talking that week, Andrew, when he started talking about like Israel and stuff, that same week, there were a couple of other people, I can't remember who they were now, last year or the year before, when he started doing his debates and stuff. And they all had the same script, all of them. It was strange, to be honest. It's very strange. And they were all getting the platforms, and they were all getting the rah and the media and everything else, the media attention and everything. And you know what, Andrew? They weren't being hated on by Zionists either, which spoke volumes.
Huge. There's, I think, the acid test.
Yeah, ninja level observations, Hiba. I have. I've got ninja level observations. And they were not getting attacked by no Zios, nothing. They were all being platformed by all the Zionists to say, let's discuss what's happening. The Israel-Palestine war is what he calls it. He doesn't call it a genocide. waged the
Right.
war. How's it a freaking war? You cage up 2 point something million people, and by the time you finish, you've got rid of 700,000 of them. You cage them up in a siege, and you bomb them from above day and night when they haven't got one bomb between them, and you call it a war. How pathetic is that? It's disgusting. Dr.
So
Michael, I hope you
he's
smashed him.
so he's a tweet
Yeah,
he
that was
posted.
awesome. I love it. Thank you. I guess I was licking my chops a little bit about Dave Smith, bashing me so publicly and stuff. And it's great to hear some support. And I love your points, and Solomon's points are indisputable in terms of what the positions that he's taken, which are not strictly, not really anti-Zionist. I don't think, in the sense that they would oppose the political operation in the United States that leads to what's happened in Palestine.
So he's like another tweet that he put out. So he does deny the beheaded babies, which is good, but he doesn't deny everything else. So he says, one person don't make a mistake in the fog of 10/7. The claim of beheaded babies wasn't just made by Nicole Zedek, which he's right about that. It was repeated by the Israeli spokesperson, then all of Western media, including CNN, ABC. The President of the United States of America himself made the claim. He's right about this. But then he says, 15 months later, people still cite the story as being true, but it's not. He's right about that. But then he says, none of this discredits every atrocity committed by Hamas. This simply doesn't follow. The point is that 10/7 was horrific enough. You don't have to lie about it. So that's why I want to ask Dave Smith, what are these atrocities that he claims that Hamas committed on October 7th? I really want to know them. This is, again, Zionist propaganda. So he's like, yeah, they committed loads of atrocities. It's just the beheaded babies that I disagree with. And that's because that was clearly debunked by us. We were the ones who debunked that. So I just, these are just examples of where I vehemently disagree with him and where he supports atrocity propaganda. And that atrocity propaganda was used in order to commit a genocide in Gaza.
The only reason he denies the 40 beheaded babies is because, like, literally that is just like so well debunked. Even the White House had to step away from it, right? That's what okay, so admitting that would just completely delegitimize him. But denying that is what legitimizes him for those who don't understand the Israel-Palestine conflict, the history of it, the genocide, the apartheid, the oppression, Israel's control over America, the wars it's funded, the Iraq War, 9/11. People who don't understand all of that, who are just waking up to this, will automatically think, oh, okay, you know what? The 40 beheaded babies, we know that didn't happen, right? You broke it on your space, Suleiman, right? That same night. And then the White House had to step back from it. It was happening like real time on here. And Israel was saying, oh, yeah, we showed the photos to Biden, and then you were posting it out. And the space was huge. And in those early days, it was all trending, wasn't it? Across, like, we got Gaza genocide trending across the world. It was one of those spaces. It was huge. And then you were like, okay, the White House is saying they've seen it. So now you were tagging in, we were all tagging in, and we're like literally everyone was tagging in the White House to say, well, have you seen it or not? And then the White House had to come out and say, no, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen any pictures of 40 beheaded babies. So they distanced themselves from it. And this was playing out real time. So that he denies that to give himself legitimacy. And then he spews a load of propaganda thereafter. But people don't know the detail. People haven't gone and watched your 5-hour podcast on October the 7th and what really happened and stuff. They don't know. You know what I mean? So then they do put him on a pedestal and they follow everything else through. And I'm glad, that Dr. Michael, you did push back on him. And you know what? Yeah, I'm glad that you feel like, yeah, I'm really proud of you for doing that. I don't even know what his handle is or anything like that. I've never followed him. But I just think the guy's a fraud.
Anyway, don't mess
Yeah,
with.
he's
Tell him
also
not to mess with my Dr. Michael because he'll smash him up.
he's also sort of has a superiority complex. He's very arrogant. So I mean, that's another issue as well.
Well, I said this to Dan Blazarian because I was chatting to Dan about this, and I said, Dan, he's big. I had to make about myself at the end, but I was like, he's big because of his ethnicity, and I'm big despite my ethnicity. So he gets a lot of opportunities solely based on the fact that you can deny this how much you want, but almost all opportunity he gets because he's Jewish. And so because he's Jewish and he kind of plays the almost in the middle card, he gets all the opportunities he gets. And that's the reality of it. I don't think he's a great debater. I do think he beat that guy Josh Hammer, but he was just horrible himself. But generally speaking, most of the opportunities he gets, he's getting it because of his ethnicity. And even he says, and he uses it all the time. He's always like, "I'm a Jewish guy, but this. I'm a Jewish guy, but that." And that's fine. But in reality, it should be based on merit, which it clearly isn't. And remember, he's only big because he got propped up. He got propped up by Joe Rogan. He got propped up by Piers Morgan. Like all these shows that propped him up, that's the reason he became big. But anyway, let's move on because I think we're talking a bit too much about him. It just got came up because I know he attacked you on X. Carmine, jump in. Carmine, is he speaking? He always interrupts, but then when I go to him, he doesn't. Oh, lucky someone asked about Iran. There is some more breaking news, actually. I was too busy looking into Dave Smith.
Oh, Phil, thank you. I appreciate you.
Wait, let me give this breaking news
thank
now
you.
because I
Can
went
you hear
and you
me?
didn't talk. 1 second.
Hello?
Okay,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Hello?
Carmen, like, wait, okay, Carmen, listen. Suleiman came to you, you didn't talk, so now he's going to give some breaking news, and then we're going to come back to you, and then you be ready to talk. You be on the edge of that stool, ready to talk straight away, okay? So just wait.
Hello?
Just wait 30 seconds. Oh my God, Carmen, just wait 30 seconds. He's going to come back to you. Just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait. Okay? Okay, I think we're there. Suleiman. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say hello again so I can laugh.
You bet. Thank you.
Yes. Huh?
Oh my
Okay.
God, Suleiman, will you just give the news quickly? The guy's
Yep.
holding on.
I think he's got like a 30-second delay. I think he's got a major delay. I think that's what the issue is. Okay, let me read this breaking news. Carmen, you're going to have to put some better equipment on because I think you got like a 30-second delay. Trump officially terminates Operation Epic Fury. So, Trump's ended Operation Epic Fury, which started on February the 28th in the war against Iran. They're saying that for war powers resolution purposes, the Trump administration has terminated the operation 1 day before the 60-day deadline that required congressional approval for war with Iran. And reports are saying that Trump now sees it as over in the sense of the blockade is there, and any subsequent operation he does would be a different operation.
He's going to walk away from this, leaving the freaking blockade on for all of us to literally suffer. He's literally going to walk away. He's made his billions, and that's it. He's ended the operation. No negotiations. Nobody wants to talk to him. Nobody wants to talk to Witkoff. Nobody wants to talk to Jared Kushner. They blanked them in Pakistan, so now that's it. He's got no off-ramp. That's it. He's just going to walk away. He's going to build his ballroom. That's what he wants to do. Fake assassination attempts and building fake freaking ballrooms. That's it. And he's going to leave us all to die.
He's going to leave you to what?
Die.
Bro, why are you gonna that imagine like if you ever want to know the difference between the females of a species and the males of a species, that would be a prime example. That would be a prime example. I don't think I need to elucidate or elaborate. Go ahead,
Look at
Carmen.
what he's done to the world. I'm entitled to do a bit of drama about it, Suleiman.
Yeah, we definitely don't want you to die over it. Okay, let's go to Carmen. Carmen. And I'm guessing you'll talk in 30 seconds because of the delay.
Hello, Carmen. You're supposed to be perched at the edge of
No,
your
he's got
stool,
a
ready
30
to
second
talk.
delay, so once we say it to him, he's at 30 seconds later.
Oh. Is this able to come through? I've been listening to you and it's been an education. Yes? Oh, wow. Is this going to work?
Yeah,
It's
we hear
working.
you.
It's working,
Everything's
Carmen.
fine.
You just need to carry on talking. Just talk. No one's interrupting you. Just talk. We can hear you.
Yeah. I think the war is going to be episodic and it'll go into 2027.
What is that? It?
Okay. I think the war is a follow up to the COVID op, and we're on the road to 2030. The globalists installed Trump to destroy the petrodollar and and fulfill the breakdown of
Okay,
the world
Carmen, your
financial.
mic's just not working. You're gonna have to improve your mic. You're gonna have to improve your.
War is the
You're
global
just breaking up.
shortages in energy and food lead to an
Okay.
explosion of civil.
Carmen, you're gonna have to improve your mic. You're gonna have to improve your delay. You were breaking up, but I think I know what you were saying. You were basically saying Trump's been deployed in order to destroy the U.S. economy for those in power. Okay, let's go to.
That
Okay,
made
I
me
have.
feel a lot better. Carmen's positive message about the fact that we're not all going to be left to die. It's not going to go into 2030. Thanks for that, Carmen.
Oh my God. Okay, let's go to. Let's somebody save me from this. Micah, please.
Oh man, it's getting crazy. Look, I'll say this real quick because he's one of my guys. I listen to him. He's basically come from Ron Paul, Scott Horton thought. So yes, I think there's several things where he just doesn't get it, and I think he misses. And honestly, when I watch every single person he's ever debated, and if I'm being honest, I got to say it for somebody that I think is an absolute genius, and Scott Horton, it goes for him the same. I'm always left with, is that all they got? Really? These are the PhDs that roll over us? They're idiots. They actually believe things like installing Hashemite kings, and they are as dumb as they are evil. But that's all I got to say for right now. But this space is crazy. Y'all keep having fun.
Yeah, Andy, jump in.
Yeah, Trump's just gonna say, "Oh, this restarts the 60-day deadline," even though it doesn't, and he's gonna use that to then do another 60-day war, and then he's just gonna keep kicking that can down the road so he can just dodge Congress, and then he's gonna try to do this so then Republicans don't actually have to vote to approve the war, and kind of try to thread the needle with the midterms. It's not gonna work politically, and he's gonna try to do this and skate around the War Powers Act. He's just going to announce Operation something else and then go back to war and say, oh, look, I get a new 60 days. I ended the first war. This isn't an end of the war. He's not building up all this military force and saying, guess what, war's over. No, he's going to announce, I wonder what other stupid name they're going to come up with. It's just a matter of time. They're going to do strikes this weekend or next weekend, and then they're going to announce a new operation and say, look, we get 60 new days. I ended the war. See, I said the war's over. And that's not how the War Powers Act works. The war's not over until the US and Iran agree to a permanent peace deal. That is the official end of the war. So until then, Trump, if he does more strikes, is violating the War Powers Act. Whether anyone will actually do anything about it, I highly doubt, because Congress can't actually do anything, and unless the courts actually intervene, I highly doubt. You think the Supreme Court's actually going to tell Trump, "Hey, you can't do anything. Send our troops home"? I highly doubt it, unfortunately. So, yeah.
Ashkan, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think Andy's right. You can never trust anything Trump says he's always wiggling somewhere. And if there was going to be a drawdown, you'd see it. You'd see forces coming back. We haven't seen any of that. If we see some forces coming back, then maybe, or some aircraft carriers being relieved. But I think somebody said the blockade stays. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if the blockade stays, then yeah, Andy's 100% right. It's just semantics.
I think Andy's right. He's going to announce a new operation, or he's going to either announce a new operation and say he ended Operation Epic Fury and the war ended, etc., as Andy's saying, or he's not going to announce a new operation. And remember what Israel said earlier on this evening? Israel said earlier on this evening that America's given us a go-ahead to strike. And so it's going to be Israel's quote unquote war now, and America's just going to support them or something. I don't know.
Well, Beatrice, that would be in with Lebanon primarily, right? I think where you're going with that, right? Not with Iran, right? Or do you think
Yeah,
with
yeah.
both?
I said that the
Yeah.
other day. Didn't I say that a few
Yeah.
days ago? I said, you've got to keep your eye
Yeah.
on Lebanon because that's going to
Yeah.
be where the proxy war is for both sides.
Right. It's Gaza 2.0, genocide daily. Gigi posted those disturbing videos. I mean, that's happening. Same thing in Gaza.
They literally are going to battle it out in Lebanon. Which is crazy.
And I just pray to God the U.S. does not do a repeat like when I was personally involved in 82 in some kind of a peacekeeping force. The UN is useless. We had blue helmets on the ground in 82. They're useless. That's why we had to put United States Marines in there to keep the airport open. The United Nations could not keep the airport open in Beirut. They're freaking incompetent. They're almost as incompetent as the IDF, but I'd say about the same. So it took the United States Marine Corps to secure the airport, and oh, did we lock that down hard. We had total absolute control of Beirut Airport, kept operations going in the midst of that. And the dogs, and I use dogs biblically, of Israel, the Zionist dogs, and their incompetent IDF was like walking around like these little mangy mutts hanging around the periphery. But yeah, Lebanon, I think you're right, Beatrice. I think they're going to really zero in hard on Lebanon again. And I pray they keep sending their tanks and ground forces in there because Hezbollah will keep smashing them, man. And I love it.
Yeah, the problem is though, Andrew, we've got to be realistic about this because Hezbollah will smash them on the ground, but they have been doing a lot of damage bombing from the air. There's a beautiful kind of boat restaurant in the south of Lebanon. It's beautiful place, and they bombed it today while it was full of people. They're just killing thousands of civilians. They're just bombing from the air. This is what they did in Gaza, right? They just bombed from the air nonstop. And they're just going to destroy. They're destroying like whole apartment blocks, civilian buildings. And the more they destroy, like if they're bombing your village, you're naturally going to move out of it, right? You're going to, because your children and your families are there. And that's how they're actually going to take the land. They're just going to bomb people away from it. It's crazy what's going on in Lebanon. I've seen some of the posts that Suleiman's posted. He's been covering it quite well. And I think that's where it's going to be. That's where the proxy war is going to be now. And that's where, like, America, obviously, I mean, without America's support and funding, Israel really wouldn't have any military. Let's face it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's why America is complicit in this. America and Israel are in derision and open shame. That is evident. And every day we keep speaking out against it. And if anyone thinks, oh, yeah, well, what are you doing? I had someone even send me a message separate than what I talked about earlier, They said, hey, well, tell me exactly what you're doing. I don't want to hear, I want to see your action. And I said, hey, let's meet in City Square. Bring your pitchfork. What do you want me to do? I mean, we have to be smart about this. So that's why Dr. Reckwalt is here in his As a Pack. Please, folks, look at that carefully, follow that, and get heavily involved with Suleiman Space here. And when you repost and share that, if you think, if someone is feeble-minded to think, oh, it really doesn't do anything, why is they always telling me to repost his space and share it? Well, again, I'm going to say it again. Please allow me to say this for 14 seconds. My 14-year-old daughter taking Suleiman's videos, broke down with AI an outline, shared it in school. The teacher gave her a full extra 10 minutes. She had 3 children crying in the class, came up, Zios came up, kids that were pro-Trump came up to her and said, wow, we had no idea. The teacher said, oh my God, we're going to get you. She's going to do another presentation. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're in a psychological battle here. Thank you.
Thanks to that, Andrew, as always. Let's go to Pixel. Pixel, jump in. Okay. Disoccupied, go ahead.
Who are we going to? I can see Pixel, but I can't hear them. Disoccupied. Disoccupied, go ahead.
I heard him unmuted. Mike, go ahead.
Back on. I'm in a car.
I'll say one thing as a naval vet is to see where we're going. It's just important to see where carrier strike groups are like mobilizing. So, for example, like if you're just doing basic deployment, then you're only using like one carrier strike group. But if they're using like multiple, like for example, if you're going to use the Lincoln and the Ford, then you know this thing's not too close, no matter what they're saying.
Cool. Your mic's not great, by the way. Let's go to Fitka.
Yes. Hi. How are you? I don't know. You guys were talking about Iran, right? Is there any room to discuss something about Saudi Arabia and Emirates, or I have to stick with the Iran?
No, you can talk about it. Go ahead.
Okay, so a lot of people believe that the conflict between Saudi Arabia and UAE is not really about oil production per se. It's basically that because none of these countries can do any action without the consent of the USA. So in reality, the conflict is not about that, but basically Emirates is going broke. They don't have the refinery or the oil production as needed to produce. And right now, by pulling from the association or the council, the Gulf Council, because they want to maximize their oil production. So that's one thing. The other thing, there is a lot of assemblies and association or organizations between the Arab countries or Gulf country, and this comes with responsibility as a country member, meaning they have to share some budget, they have some project together, which requires funding. So right now, there is a lot of speculation that the Emirates, they are broke. They don't have the financial needs. And add to that, they requested money from the USA, and I think Stephen Bannon called them scumbags or something like that, and they rejected the offer. So Emirates, they're doing these measures to survive. not because they have a deep or legitimate conflict with Saudi Arabia. Or maybe there's gonna be a rearrangement of those network of power or Gulf countries, giving more roles to Saudi Arabia, given the fact they have a privilege over the countryside, and many businesses in Emirates already relocated to Riyadh instead of Dubai. So maybe USA is thinking about giving Saudi Arabia more authority or power or new roles over other Gulf countries. The damage that happened to them is severe. What happened during the 60 days with Iran? So, and given the fact that there are small countries with, the land itself, and then their oil production is less than Saudi production. So they are just rearranging the roles of these governments, governments, not that there is a legitimate conflict between them. It's just like reestablishing a new system in the area. And this is what I believe. Thank you.
So you think that they're working together, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Those countries, they don't have the hegemony, they don't have the independent decision making. They're still working together, but this shows that they really lost. The damage was severe. What happened with Iran, like the 60 days war, is severe. So they're rearranging their roles in the region and their power. Maybe they going to favor Saudi Arabia over them. So at this time, I believe number one enemy is Saudi Arabia. Before the 60 days war, we can say Qatar or Emirates, but right now, Saudi Arabia, I think they're gonna give Saudi Arabia more power over these Gulf countries. And don't forget the conflict that they had between Saudi Arabia and Emirates in Sudan and in Yemen, claiming some parts in Yemen, especially the south. So that will give the incentives to MBS to take that role against Bin Zayed. They already have the incentives to do that. This is what I believe.
Yeah, I agree with you. Someone said I'm gonna attack you, but why? I agree with you. I don't get. You didn't say anything wrong. You said that you said that the Gulf states can't be trusted and that they're working together and they've been smashed so badly that out of desperation they're making it look like they're not working together. I agree with you. Agree with the entire analysis what you just relayed. Jamie, what? Why did you think that before? Explain yourself. Explain yourself, blood. Okay, let's go to Art if he gets up. If he makes it up, if he doesn't, fine. Give you some more news in the meantime. I thought you were Zayo. Okay. Let me give some more news. Oh, did you see the footage of the Jewish guy attacking a Christian nun in Israel and hitting her really hard, like smacking on the head? Anybody see that?
Yeah, you posted that. I watched it twice. That was a hard watch, Suleiman. I mean, if I got you, I'd be like, oh God, I wish I was there. I mean, oh my God, shocking. But I want Christian Zionists to see that.
Do you think it'll make a difference?
Maybe 1 out of 100,000 of them, because we're working with the fringes. Most of them are so hardcore, turned over. Seriously, Suleiman, I believe with all my heart, they've been given over, man. They're hard. They're their hardened hearts. But a few, it'll change maybe one or two, but not enough difference that we might like to see. But yeah, I hope people watch that video. Honestly, they need to. You posted it. I think I even reposted it, commented. I don't know. I think I made a comment. I had to clear one of my comments. I said some things that should be that are censored. I kind of lost it there, but when you see the way he knocks her down, man, Suleiman, the bastard knocked her down. I use bastard biblically, but when the bastard knocked her down, did you? I mean, he stood there like, "Come on, get up," and then he
I
started
love
kicking
Andrew.
her.
Andrew, you're so funny. By the way, I agree with what you said. But you're so
Yeah,
funny whenever you want to swear, because you know Beatrix, you're like, oh yeah, but I'm using it biblically. Beatrix, are you
yeah,
against
yeah.
the Bible?
I
Beatrix, are you
learned
against
that
the
from
Bible?
Beatrice taught me how to do that. She's my mentor in so many ways,
Mm.
Suleiman.
Oh my God,
No.
Andrew, don't say
No, I'm sorry.
blood.
I'm sorry. No, I made a mistake. No, I mean, no, I've listened to, yeah. But no, man, and then why didn't finally one man had enough cojones, huevitos, balls, testicles to walk up, and then even he like backed off, man. God is my witness, man. I think I would have gone postal on that asshole, man. It was just unbelievable. Yeah, I'm sorry I get lit up on that one, but that one fired me up. A nun walking down, of course, he attacked her from behind, knocked her down hard, and then started kicking her. I mean, yeah, that's what we're dealing with. That's how sick these, and I use the word bastard biblically. Yeah, that's how they think. That's how they act. And then these Zionists and these New Apostolic Reformation people like animals, and I use that literal in a very figurative sense, but literal like Hexeth. That's they are nothing to see here. And I want to go back to the girls' school in Iran. Why? Why do they say, well, we're investigating that? No, they are not.
You know what, Andrew? Let me tell you something about that strike. That strike right there is like one of the reasons America lost this war. Because that strike just united all the Iranian people behind each other, for their country. That was just idiotic. Like, just an Israeli move. It's obvious that Mossad's taken over the Pentagon. They're doing Israeli tactics, and it's not going to work. This is not Palestine, or you know, you're not dealing with the captive populations. So
Amen, brother. Amen, brother.
just wanted to.
It united the Americans as well, though, Ashkan, not just the Iranians. It united the world against America.
Yeah, united the world against America. Yeah.
Iran is fighting for our freedom.
Thank you. Yes.
Interesting. Let's go to Reza Shah. Beatrix bought him up, and I know she rarely brings people up.
Alaikum,
So
Suleiman. First of all, I hear,
No
to
way, is
support.
this that guy?
Yeah, Beatrix, remember my program, my agenda, right,
Do you know what
Suleiman?
this guy does? Let me tell you what this
why
guy
do you bring
used
him
to
up?
do.
Why do you bring him up
No,
though?
no. I'm going to tell you what this guy used to do, right? What this guy does, right? Let me tell you what this guy does. He's got like 5 profiles, right? He puts 1 as host, 2 as co-host, and 2 as panelists. And then he runs a space amongst all 5 of his profiles. It's the most crazy thing ever. And then if you ever went onto his space to talk, he'd actually say, from his host profile, he'd say, hold on a minute, Andrew, my co-host needs to speak. And then he'd run to the co-host and then unmute his own co-host and speak and then run back to the host. It's the most craziest, like absolutely mental thing you've ever seen. This is what he
So
does.
you're basically is your mate, and you're trying to promote him in spaces.
He's not mate. He's not my mate. I haven't been on his
Sounds
spaces
like I've never heard you promote something. So I've never
for
heard you
years.
promote
It
this
was
space as much as you
honestly,
promote that
I
one.
happened to go on his space one day with Shani. Nah, Suleiman. I happened to go on his space one day with Shani and we were like, no freaking way. And then he'd go to his panelist profile and he'd unmute his panelist profile and speak as a panelist. And then he'd go to his, honestly, like, I can't explain it. Go to his co-host profile and tell his panelist profile, can you just mute your mic? I'm talking, and like it's all him running all these freaking profiles. It is like a circus. That's what this guy does.
Once again, I think I've never seen this level of promotion for anyone in my life. So amazing, amazing.
Let me fix my voice first.
So that explains why you brought him up. Like to the audience, this chick's always doing drama. Oh, I can't see anyone. Me can't see. Me can't see. Me can't see. No one requesting. Well, she definitely saw her boy. She definitely saw her boy requesting. But do continue,
I've not
Reza.
been on his face since before the genocide, but this is the biggest circus. I mean,
did you bring him up? Yes or no?
I did bring him
Okay.
up because I
So you
wanted to
definitely
see if
did
he
see
was
your
the same
boy.
person.
So
I wanted
from
to see if
going
he was the
from
same person.
I can't see. Now you brought your boy up, but do continue.
And it is, you're right, actually, FP new, it is like an octopus. It is like literally, when I came off that space, I was like, freaking hell, even Elon could not have envisaged this. It was mental what he does. But anyway, go ahead, Reza.
Yeah, sorry, I can't fix. Somewhere I hit in the sound board. Can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, you sound like Modi. Say bold and beautiful Israeli woman.
Sorry, it's not going. Somewhere I hit on the soundboard. Yeah. So can you hear me with my original voice of Reza Shah? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, so Beatrix, thanks a lot for briefing my profile. Remember, we are always on the war. Reza Shah cannot sleep. This Reza Shah follows Imam Khomeini. From Imam Khomeini till the grandson, like younger Khamenei, Mustafa Khomeini. So our enemy, they are what we call super duper world power. So by the end of the day, you remember, where is America heading to? This is the written on the wall, right? All the economists, all the war planners, they are betraying Trump, and more what we call sooner than later, we will see America were in the doldrums, right? And he is begging, right? Everybody is leaving, whether Europe or NATO or what, right? So I don't think so. This war is over because the what we call the besiege of all the ports of Iran, it's already going on. So it means we are still on the war, but at the same time, as much as this what we call the current chaos will persist, believe me, it's not just America. Even all these Gulf powers, they are having trouble. I'm reading the news like 1.5 ton of the gold is being
Okay,
expatriated,
Reza, I'm
right?
not.
Yeah.
To be honest, I didn't listen to anything you were saying. Can you do me a favor? Can you what's your thoughts on Modi?
Yeah, my stance about Modi.
Yeah, what's your stance about Modi?
Modi, I don't care. He's not in the topic, but he is just getting whatever the best from working with the UAE regime, right? So they
But
are
what's your
working
thoughts
with.
on Modi? Do you think that India is the motherland and Israel is the fatherland?
Yeah, I will tell you. Modi is not liked by Congress Muslim followers of Clip
No, but you're not
India.
listening to my
Most of them.
question.
Yeah.
Do you agree with Modi that Israel is the fatherland and India is the motherland? Do you agree with that?
No, I will never agree. I will never agree.
Never agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm on the
And
same place.
what do you think about Israeli women?
Israeli women, in what perspective?
Um, what do you think about them? Are they bold and beautiful?
I don't know. Maybe there is a hue and cry. These women should not be sent to combat. I think they don't have the real man, so they are sending their women, like they
Ah,
are
so they
survival
so
war.
they they are bold and beautiful.
Yeah, they are no doubt they are beautiful, they are pretty, sweet, right? But
They're
they should
pretty
not
sweet.
send their ladies. Yeah.
Okay.
Even the Americans, they never send, I worked in Iraq, they never send their ladies in the combat zone. But because they have the shortage of, the soldiers, so they hired these,
Okay.
women from, yeah.
What's your opinion on Beatrix? Do you think she's a good co-host?
Yeah, she's a better co-host and sharing some of the color from my profile. She knows Reza Shah,
She
right? The
knows you.
real
Yeah,
Reza
she's a
Shah.
big fan. She's a big fan of you. I agree with that.
Yeah, she's a big fan, and we
Big
were
fan.
hosting.
Yeah. I never
Yeah,
seen her so excited. So you must be really good if she's such a big fan.
yeah, she's a big fan. She likes gold. I like gold.
You both love Goldies. So you like the UAE.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
Cool.
brother Suleiman, you tell me your analysis about what will be the end game of this Gulf. There is no more GCC,
No
right?
more
So,
GCC, bro. They're gone. They're gone. GCC is gone, bro. No more bold and beautiful Russian women in GCC anymore. Okay, let's go to, thanks for that conversation. Enlightening, I would say, for sure. Beatrix is, I would say, what is it, idol. So you met him finally. Dara, anyway, on a more political note, Dara, jump in.
Cheers, pal. Appreciate that. Just a quick one because it's getting late here. But you mentioned regarding the horrendous attack on that woman by the Zionists, the Christian, the nun, and I saw that, and then literally like an hour after, or not long, or maybe two, then there was the attack in Golders Green in London, and then boom, all the media was just about that. That's all you heard, and then how people are being manipulated to the people coming on to the radio station saying, "You got to protect us. We're under attack," and no one's mentioning the reason why Jews are getting targeted is because of the actions of the Zionist state that wrap themselves around Judaism. Um, and they were trying to blame Iran, saying they just want to kill all Jews, and I was losing my shit. So I phoned up, and I was like, "This is wrong. I mean, Iran's got the third largest Jewish population in the world. Only ones ahead of them is Israel and New York. You know, I mean, why are you letting these people?" And these were rabbis they had online. I mean, on air, sprouting this BS, and it was all politicizing it to justify what Israel's doing, and then there's riots near enough in London over it, and they're blaming the prime minister for being a Jew hater. They're not doing enough for us, and all this type of stuff, without actually talking about why this is happening. And it turned out the attacker is from Somalia, which is, if memory serves me right, that country's getting split in two, and the only country to actually support that, funny enough, is Israel with Somaliland BS. So that's why I wanted to add into that. And people need to be well aware when these horrendous attacks happens, what else happens in the news and tries to take over it to hide what's actually happening. It's like the ambulance attacks that got set at fire in London. It was on the anniversary to the day when the Israelis got busted for attacking the Palestinian ambulance crew, buried them, lied about it, and then the only reason we found out because when they dug up the bodies, one of the paramedics had his phone recording. So there's a lot of really skullduggery going on, and the lowest of the low doing the. I mean, yes, you have to be very wary of what's going on around you and what's in the mainstream media, and you need to listen to people on these spaces that have been holding power, truth to power, should I say? And yes, that's I just had to get in there. It's been a long day. I'm knackered, so I'm just going to leave it there. I'm going to go back to listener. Carry on, and yeah, keep the good fight. Chuck Yellar.
Don't know where Beatrix went. I think the excitement got to her.
She's in the DM with him. or either that, she couldn't be on even WhatsApp call. Who knows?
Awesome. And guys, that debate is confirmed tomorrow, so it should be really, really good. Uh, uh, it'll be 4 p.m. Eastern. I think I can say who it is now, because everyone's going to start putting it out. Beatrix, are you there? Oh, she's too excited. She got too excited with this.
I'm here, and listen, he ain't no freaking idol of mine, right? He runs the most head messing spaces ever. Like literally, you just think, oh my god, he's just going between all his profiles. He's a panelist and is the co-host and is the host, and he tells his own panelist stuff, which is him. It's just the most head messing thing ever.
Yeah, all I heard was I love him and I feel like he's amazing. But
No,
in terms of this
you want to tell people who it is?
yeah, because I think it's confirmed now. I don't think it's gonna drop out because they're telling me that they want me to stream it as well.
Really? Can I say who it is?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, guys, do you know what? I watched a clip of him today, right? It's a him. I'm going to tell you that, Hiba, if you're on the YouTube chat, it's a him. And I watched a clip of him today where he was like running to the New York police saying, this person attacked me, this person attacked me. The guy is camp as hell. He's hilarious. It is Rabbi Shmuley that Suleiman is debating tomorrow night. Rabbi freaking Shmuley, who backed out last time because he was too scared. Rabbi Shmuley, he hum. Cat pajamas, it is he hum.
Wow.
Yeah, it's Shmuley.
Woo!
It's debating
Huge.
Shmuley tomorrow. Exactly, Siddharth. Wow. He backed out last time, and I hope he doesn't freaking back out this time.
Well,
We'll have to
he
drag
shouldn't
him if he
because
backs out
they've
this
just
time.
messaged me and confirmed it. So
Do we get a calci on how long it takes him to call you an anti-Semite?
Or he'll probably say it as he says hello. He'll probably be like, oh, yes, I've heard of you. You're the anti-Semite that runs anti-Semitic spaces against people of my faith and my religion, and you attack us and you hate all Jews. That's going to be his intro to Suleiman straight off the bat.
And
Oy
definitely
vey!
Yeah, GT, I agree. Suleiman's going to wreck him. He backed out last time. He's too much of a coward. He backed out last time. I can't wait either, low key. There's going to be fire. So, guys, listen, the debate itself is at 4 p.m. Eastern, which is 9 p.m. UK time. But we're going to start the space in the YouTube stream probably an hour earlier, or half an hour earlier. Actually, no, an hour earlier. I should be back by then. So it's going to the YouTube and the X space will start at 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. UK time for you, Jamie. Yeah, we'll have to have the mods on YouTube. Guys, listen, if you're our mods, right, please make sure that you're on tomorrow when the debate's on, because we're probably going to have loads of Zios crying in the chat. And my little fingers can only time them out so quickly. So please make sure you're all on tomorrow. Oh,
but
who's
be even chill.
moderating it,
Don't be
Sulim?
just banning everybody. Let people actually go in there. Obviously, they'll be, it'll be like
I know we
we're
won't ban
gonna
everybody,
stream it
but
on
who's
the
moderating?
new channel as well, guys. Just to let you know, I'm gonna stream on the new channel.
So it's going to be on the it's going to be on our, because we are the moral resistance. It's going to be,
I mean, you're not excommunicated. You were never in it.
it's going to be on the moral resistance channel. We are the moral resistance. Suleiman, who's that guy who's moderating it? Musti's asking, who's that person?
Tyson Hockley's organizer.
Tyson Hockley. Yes, Siddharth, be there. Thank you.
It'll be streamed on our channel also. It's fine.
Yeah, it's going to be on our channel. It's going to be on, we are the moral resistance. It's going to be on there. Tyson Hockley's organizing it.
There's yeah, I mean, we can get your friend to host it if you want, because I know you're really impressed with his hosting skills.
Ha ha. Oh, look, Michael's put Sully versus Shmuley. Very good, Michael. Sully versus Shmuley. That's what we should put as the title. Sully versus Shmuley. Musti's saying they're gonna mass report it. I hope they don't frigging mass report it. Um okay, Fareed, we're not gonna listen, Fareed. You've been watching too many of that. Who's that other idiot that debated him? Oh, Mohammed Hijab. You've been watching too many of those debates. Suleiman doesn't get in the gutter. He's not gonna ask questions like that about his daughter's business, right? So Gary Matrix trashed him so hard on Tyson's debate. Yeah. Yeah, we must watch our language tomorrow. Yeah, low-key we will. I'm super excited for it. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be really good. Really, really
You,
good.
you know you're in the big leagues when you get him because, man, he is so influenced. I mean, he's got like major platforms. He's on there all the time. You see him splattered everywhere.
He backed out last time. It
Yeah.
was all like arranged, and then he just I think he got scared because his eyes went to him and told him not to do it. It's like by Tommy Robinson. There's been about 3 times when Tommy Robinson's supposed to have, and Suleiman just reminded me when he was in America just now recently when the I think it was when it was during the war here now during this war. He was supposed to debate him, so he delayed his flight, Suleiman did, and then they said that he had to go to Miami. So he said, yeah, okay, Suleiman had to go to Miami. And it was going to be in the Fresh and Fit studios. And Suleiman said yes. And I was against it, Andrew. I mean, I've never been against Suleiman. I really want Suleiman to debate Tommy Robinson, but I was against it this time. And I'll tell you why. Because Tommy Robinson's got a massive criminal record. Despite that, they waived all the restrictions to allow him a visa to go into America. Because if you're British and you've got a criminal record, you can't get into America. But they waived it all. Then they gave him the red carpet treatment in Congress and then at the White House. And then he went to Mar-a-Lago. Trump invited him to Mar-a-Lago, and he was at Mar-a-Lago. And so I said to Suleiman, you cannot smash him in a freaking debate, right? In Miami. Miami's already in the spotlight because of that whole, remember that nightclub thing that happened? I said, Tommy Robinson's their golden boy, the American administration's golden boy, and he's funded by Zios. And if you smash him, which you will smash him without a shadow of a doubt, I don't want you to get into trouble because you're there on a visa. So I don't want you to debate him. And then Suleiman was like, yeah, well, do you know what? It's worth it. I'm going to go for it. So he said yes. Then he was added to a chat group or WhatsApp group or something with the 2 hosts of that show, the Fresh and Fit show, and Suleiman and Tommy Robinson to confirm. And Suleiman said, like, basically said to me that this guy's dodged me for so long, I'm just going to agree to everything. Fine, I'll go from Tampa to Miami. I'll delay my flight. It's going to cost me. I don't care. I'll delay my flight. Yes, I'm going to agree to go to their studio. Yes, I'll agree to the day. Yes, I'll agree to the time. Yes, I'll agree to everything on this chat. And then Tommy just went dark and left. It just literally blanked everybody and left. So that was a waste of time, really, to be honest. The guy's got no spine, no backbone whatsoever. He ain't going to do it. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Andrew.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. No surprise.
Yeah.
With Rabbi Shmuley, you just see his tweets. He typically, a lot of his tweets, he has hundreds of thousands of followers, and some of his tweets get like 1 like and 3 negative replies because most people see him and it's like, this guy is a jester. He's a complete joke. Solomon is going to be able to handle him. Like Rabbi Shmuley, he's not an intellectual guy. That Solomon is going to be able to easily beat him. He doesn't even need to get into any of the personal stuff because the facts are easy enough to beat him on. It's going to be absolutely enjoyable to watch, and I cannot wait for that.
Yeah, it's going to be entertaining. I find Rabbi Shmuley, like, I just find him as a caricature, little cartoon character. I mean, nobody can take that guy seriously. Do you know what I was really surprised by, Andy? I freaking didn't know this, right? I said it on the space a couple of weeks ago. Like, Oxford University, which is one of the most prestigious universities in the world, has they'll have a pastor for the Christian people. It's a historic university.
Their rabbi was Rabbi Shmuley. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, he can go into the Torah and then pull out little pieces if he needs to go into, of course, the Kabbalah, but he weaves it together. But what he's most effective with, I think, Beatrice, he knows how to grab and manipulate the feeble-minded Christian base, Zios. He really does. And he grabs them with throwing in a little scripture here, a little scripture there, with that Judeo-Christian stuff. He is quite good at that.
Yeah. What do you think, Jonah?
I
Oh,
think there's as
Joa.
much. I think there's
It's
as much
Joa. Sorry.
chance. Yes,
It's
thank you, Andrew.
Jonah. Andrew, it's Jonah. Go ahead, Jonah. Davos Jonah. Is he there?
Whoops. Sorry. Whoa.
Yeah,
Where'd he go?
thanks. It's you, innit, Andrew?
No, what happened?
You jumped in and you shut him up.
She keeps
Oh.
muting me,
Oh.
Beatrix.
I'm not muting him. I'm not muting him.
Yeah, you were. You kept muting me.
I wasn't. I promise you I wasn't. It's a
Then it was
glitch, maybe.
It was Solomon pretending to be you. One or the other. Look, I really want to see this debate, and I hope this is the first time I'm wrong on here because look, it seems like America is not going to go kinetic after today. But I think there's as much chance as him showing up tomorrow as there is America hitting Iran. I don't think he shows.
Wow, I thought about that. Seriously, I said,
I
I bet
really
he
hope he
actually did.
does, but I don't trust that guy. I just don't trust him at all. Do you have 100% commit from him? Not that it means anything.
Yeah, 100% commit from him is as honest as an Israeli ceasefire.
What? Okay, that's a weird one.
He's backed out before, right, Joa?
Yeah, I know.
And he's just like literally Suleiman said on the space now that no, now it's committed. But I agree with you. He was absolutely, he was just flaking out last time. So I wouldn't. I'm still skeptical. I mean, I told Suleiman not to even announce who it was until like half an hour before tomorrow because the guy could back out, you know. But let's see.
He is getting a lot less airtime though, isn't he? On TV, on mass media.
You haven't seen much of him though recently. You're right.
Yeah, I haven't seen him doing interviews. And I don't know if that's because he wanted to or just everyone's kind of like, I'm not dealing with this nut job. You know? I don't remember seeing him for a long time, except like the odd thing on like TikTok of him arguing with someone in the street. That's about it.
That's what I looked up today when he was in New York and he ran to the police.
What do you guys think about this announcement though? It's basically what I said, that America would just walk away. If it's true.
Yes, what happens now? It is true.
What happens now is Israel might attack, America will defend, but they're not going to attack.
If it's just a one-on-one between Iran and Israel, then Israel is going to get smashed up in that. What this is Trump's going to say it's the end of the operation, then start a new one and say, oh, I get a new 60 days before needing congressional approval. He's going to use that to skirt actually having to ask Congress for permission for the war. That's what this is, in my opinion.
I wish Zach was up here because he would know if you're allowed to do that. I don't know if you are allowed to do that.
I don't think you are, but do you think Trump really cares about the law?
Well, I mean, he used everything under the gun. It was for nukes. It was for ballistics. It was for regime change. It was for Israel. Like, what excuse is he going to use now? It was for opening the Hormuz Strait, although he's the one that closed it. I just don't know what happens from here. I know that some assets started moving up on the news, but then they moved down. So I'm wondering if there was like some other counter news that came out. if there's any news from Iran.
I mean, Iran's not opening the strait until their terms are met. They're not going to be like, okay, you caused hundreds of billions of dollars in damage, but we're going to go back to the status quo with sanctions. No. So Iran's keeping the strait closed regardless of whether Trump bombs or not. And Trump's
Yeah, I
not going to.
understand that, but they'll charge a toll. That's fine. The toll's really not that much. It's great for Iran, but it's not that much for the carriers. It's really not that big of a deal for the merchants.
Bibi needs this to avoid his corruption trial, so which is why it's going to go kinetic. If we're gonna,
100%. And that's why I think Israel will not allow them to have a deal. I think Israel will look even worse on the world stage than they already do. Yeah, I mean, look, I have a lot of hope that people, like more people, open their eyes and be like, look, there was a deal on the table, Iran, and then Israel went and attacked. But there's been so many times in the past that has happened, but I think they were just ignorant to it. They just wouldn't even look at the news, and I feel like more people will this time. Let's see.
I pray you're right, Joe.
Yeah, me too.
I still think he's going to kick up something, some fireworks, and make another idiotic claim. But, you might be right. But I think there's too much laid out there not to do anything with it. But I pray you're right, Joe.
What Joe is saying. Listen, the airspace over Iran is clear now. The airspace over Israel as well. Things like something's going down, Joe.
Yeah, but what I said was America would not go kinetic, and it's not. At least that's what they're announcing, that the operation is over.
Oh, you think that means it's over, not as in if he starts another operation, he'll just call it a different name?
I don't think he can, to be honest. I wish Doc was up here to tell us, but I don't think he can.
Okay, well, he's going to do it, and then what? Who's going to stop him? You really think the Supreme Court's going to say, sorry, Trump, you have to send the troops home?
Yeah, I mean, we've done that before.
I mean, and it will take a while to work its way through the court system. You'll have some judge rule against him, and then there's injunctions then he'll just drag that out.
Yeah, let's say hypothetically he did break it. Like what? Like let's say what he did. Let's say what Andy said happens. Like how would that impact the?
I think you would trigger the article because you basically just told all of Congress that they don't matter.
That gives every soldier at that point the right to refuse orders because they can say, hey, this war is illegal. You didn't get your approval from Congress. So that gives any soldier with any objection, like, hey, we don't have to carry out these strikes.
Yeah, but they still face everything else, dude. That's the problem. They still face, what the guy was up here yesterday talking about, that his social security number gets marked and everything else. Like that's the issue.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I don't know if, Doc to be up here, but I think there's precedents where presidents have done that before, extended and kept extending with little operational orders.
Who announced that it was over? Suleiman, was it the White House or was it Trump?
NBC. It was reported in NBC.
Yeah, but what's the source? Did they say?
Let me find it because I did tweet it out. No, it just says NBC News. Trump officially terminates Operation Epic Fury.
Oh, so it was Trump. Okay.
Well, actually, I think it was Trump administration. That was the title I gave it. So it was the Trump administration. But then, Joe, we've got huge amount of basically airspace has been cleared over Iran and Israel, and that's exactly what they did before the war restarted again. So I mean,
yeah, but that could just be Israel and Iran.
Bro, there's not going to be no Israel-Iran war without the United States of America. What world are you living in?
America plays defense, like I told you.
Oh, defense? Yeah, so same as the 12-day war is basically what you're saying.
Right.
And they don't use any of the aircraft carriers, any of the assets, anything all in the region?
Not for attacking, no.
I mean, that's flipping golden for Iran, if that happened. I don't agree with you. I think that's the least of the three possibilities. I think that's the bottom.
Yeah, but Trump would have a lot of problems otherwise.
Why? What would the problems be? This is what I don't get. Like, let's say he didn't get congressional approval. So what? What would happen to him?
Well, he's basically told Congress they don't matter. You don't see the problem there? I mean, that's the start
That
of a
is a problem.
dictatorship.
What I don't get is
No
with,
kings, bro. No kings. There is a king. It's called King Trump.
But that is a dictatorship. If
I mean,
Congress,
Congress is controlled, so I'm shocked that they're like, don't just get the
He
approval
just
and
get
get
the
on
votes
with it.
anyway. Exactly, and it's dumb that he wouldn't even do that. Maybe he's keeping that up his sleeve because he would get the approval if he wanted it.
this is why I don't think they're controlled, is because
Bro, keep
Suleiman, I
your
told you,
propaganda, bro.
if
Keep
America goes kinetic, I will agree with you that it's controlled. If they do not, I will say Israel has a lot of influence.
Okay. If
These
America
politicians
goes
want to get
kinetic, are you gonna
reelected.
give up your mezuzah?
What? I don't have a mezuzah. The look, they have a lot of power, right? But if you have 80% of the people, independents, against this war, right? It doesn't matter how much money you have, you're not getting reelected. And I think that's what they care about the most, right? One, they need people's support. Two, they need money, right? So one is the people of America, if it's far outweighed in one direction where the money won't matter. And then two is the APAC money. That's what they care about. I don't know if most people know that are up here, but what Congress does is they just raise money like all year long. That's their job. Like they're just raising money all the time, year round. Right. So why would you, like, if you can understand why APEC has a lot of power? It's because they have money, they fund them. Money is extremely important to, actually, the number one thing to them. That's why they spend so much time doing it. So, this is why they're important. This is why they have power. But if 80% of the people are against it, the independents, which is what they need to win, you have a problem. That money doesn't matter now.
Yeah, but Joa, we haven't seen that historically. We have not seen that in history, historically speaking. The lobbyists rule it. They're so deep in their pockets, and plus you got that deep Zio base, their electorate.
Yeah, I understand that, but typically Republicans vote Republican, Democrats vote Democrat, independents actually make the decision. And the poll with independents is so bad against the Republicans right now. I don't think they stand a chance at all. And I always kept saying, oh, let's wait till we get closer because things can change. Like Biden, I know everyone's going to say the election was stolen before. Biden rose a hell of a lot of money in August before that election, right after that debate. And that's why he ended up winning. He was not going to win. Right. And I think that's why a lot of people are like, oh, it was stolen because he wasn't supposed to win. Well, in August, things changed after the debate where Trump lost the debate clearly. And that's why he raised so much money right after. But yeah, I think Congress is being forced by Americans to side with America. I think that's why they didn't approve this thing either.
Man, well, I hope you're right there, brother. I don't see it. And now also, there all that force there. I just don't think we're going to see things with them pulling out of there being literally significant
You're breaking
there,
up,
but
Andrew.
hitting right now.
You're breaking. Can you get somewhere clear? Because I actually have a question for you.
Yeah, sorry
You're
about
breaking.
that. Yeah, sorry,
Andrew,
I'm
you're
mobile right now.
You're rubber banding, Andrew.
Okay.
Solomon, do you know what is there? Is it offensive or is it defensive?
What?
what America has there.
Oh, it's offensive.
I know the carriers are, but what about it?
So
What
the
else are they
carriers
bringing?
are offensive. If you look at the fighter jets that are on the carriers, the destroyers, all those are offensive. If you look at what's being sent to
What's on the
Al
carriers?
Udeid, if you look at what's been sold to Al Udeid Air Base, that can be used for both defensive and offensive because it's like KC tankers, cargo ships, personnel. So that you could say it could be used for offensive and defensive. The stuff that's been sent to Israel into Ben Gurion Airport, that's offensive and defensive because again, the various strata tankers, the various you should watch my interview with Anthony Aguilera, so I'm just repeating what he said because he went into detail about each different element of the different equipment that's there. So anyway, just to sum up, what's in Jordan, what's in Israel, what's in Qatar can be used for offensive and defensive. What's in the Persian Gulf, that's offensive. And if it was only a defensive move that you were going to do, you would nowhere have those three carriers there. You would have them basically defending Israel.
And Brian Berletic posted 7 minutes ago that America's going to be using the Dark Eagle hypersonic weapon. They're going to debut it, is what he says.
Do you have any info about that? Or no one knows? It's secret.
I just
No,
I saw Brian Berletic's post.
Yeah,
There's
he's posted
an,
about it, but lots of people have been talking about it. I think people have been going on about it for a week. I think it's just Americans trying to do a lot of bluster. But anyway, they're claiming it's like a next level, next generation hypersonic missile, range of like 2,500 kilometers. But yeah, that's the
What
claim.
type of warhead? Like what? How big? How much TNT?
What do you mean? Like how much?
Yeah, how much explosive power does it have?
I'm reading the. No, it doesn't say. But they wouldn't make something like that with a light warhead.
So to answer your question, Joa, first of all, I don't believe it exists. Just to be clear on that, I think these guys are just exaggerating. I don't think they're going to use it as well. Just to be clear on that, and actually, if they use it, Joa, that goes against your thing, right? Goes against your claim.
Yeah, if they use it, at least Trump is definitely controlled by Netanyahu, if not America.
So anyway, the payload is like I think it's like 500 to 700 kg.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It's not that big.
Yeah.
It's all bluster. It's to trick the MAGA base and say, look, we're winning the war. We use this new weapon. Look, we blew up this missile factory that's really an empty warehouse. It's just to trick them, and MAGA's going to eat it up, and you're going to have the influencers. Wow, breaking news. We used a big weapon, big explosion, and it's like going to be a whole nothing burger. This won't accomplish anything that the failed first 40 days of bombing didn't accomplish.
So Abbas Arakchi posted, tomorrow, May 1st, is the deadline for President Trump under the War Powers Resolution. 60 days after notifying Congress on March 2nd about the US strikes on Iran, he must either end the conflict or formally request a 30-day extension for safe withdrawal. Congress is watching. Will it de-escalate or continue? So the Iranians are basically singing from your hymn tune, Joa.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I expect. I just, oil is pretty high up already. I don't see how they attack. I think they're going to try and see if Israel attacks, if that creates higher oil prices or not, right? And then probably give them more weapons. I could see them doing that. But I think they're mistaken. Like I always said, like I really thought this was for the petrodollar, still do, and they wouldn't win, and they're not. I think they've actually accelerated losing the petrodollar dominance. Micah, you want to go?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask real quick. Has anybody has anybody heard of if there's been seen amphib ships or not? Because like that would be like something to worry about, but I don't know if anybody's heard of those
What ships?
amphibs.
Oh,
Those are what the naval
yeah,
groups
yeah,
use to
to
deploy
do
the
ground
Marines.
evasion. I think that's off the
Yeah.
table.
Well, the Tripoli is there and maybe the Boxer, but that's just for a small landing. There isn't some big amount of ships for some massive 100,000 person ground invasion. They can deploy a few thousand Marines, but that's not going to accomplish anything and would end with a bunch of dead Americans. And it would be absolutely horrific if Trump was dumb enough to try anything like taking Carg Island or whatever stupid thing they were talking about.
Yeah, I feel like that's completely off the table. It wasn't supported. You had most Americans highly against it. Um, it didn't go well when he suggested it, which was that one speech that he had that I was saying is going to be a sales pitch, and it was, and it didn't go down well. What happened is, if anyone knows, what happened? Wasn't Netanyahu supposed to go to trial like 2 or 3 Sundays ago? Whatever came from that?
Yeah, it got delayed, didn't it? It was, I believe it was a few days ago. He was meant to testify, and then it basically got, the situation ended. So it's been, when it was, I believe at this time it was because of his cancer.
You don't think it's because he's actually dead, like Beatrice thinks?
Yeah, Beatrix says it's because of that. Beatrix said, how can he go on trial? He's not even alive. So I was trying to get this poster sorted out before I leave the space, but for some reason ChatGPT's taking bedtime. So guys, just to let you know what the plan is, we're gonna I got a debate with Rabbi Shmuley tomorrow. We're gonna start the space at about 3:30 p.m. Eastern, probably 3 p.m. Eastern. It's gonna be fire. If the war with Iran starts, which I've got a small feeling, like not a small, in my head, I'm like 30% chance it's today. The only thing that stops it from being today is just because the guy loves weekend wars, he's a weekend warrior. But so have your notifications on X, have your notifications on YouTube. We will start a space immediately if the war with Iran happens. That being said, we are wrapping up, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. We will, we just got the debate with Shmuley tomorrow. Got no interview set up because I thought the debate was happening, so should be good. We'll be streaming it on the second channel on YouTube, so make sure you're following and subscribing on that. And what else? That's it, really. See you guys tomorrow. Much love. I don't know what the debate's on, but I presume it's going to be on Israel and Iran, so should be good. So check it out. It's going to be fire.
Do you have a moderator, or is it just you and him?
No, yeah, it's the person who organized it. It's it's a young kid called Tyson Hockley.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so he'll moderate?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, you need a moderator with Shmuley, right? The few I've seen, the guy just literally screams, isn't it? So it'll just be both of us screaming at each other.
Yeah, he doesn't shut up, so you need someone to mute the mic.
Cool. So anyway, much love to each and every single one of you. We will be back tomorrow. As usual, we'll start about a bit later tomorrow. Like I said, it'll be like 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Unless the war starts. What's the second channel name? It's called Moral Resistance. Because we are the moral resistance. Joe made the thumbnail. Joe, you didn't get the banner sorted in time. There might be a lot of traffic tomorrow, but all good. But Joe sorted the thumbnail out, so you're probably going to like it. But it's called Moral Resistance. And actually, Joe and Andrew came up with the name as well. So it's called Moral Resistance. So make sure you're following tomorrow. It should be good. Let's see, because I don't know how to deal with this guy, because I know people are going to get angry if I be mean to him, but then how can you not be mean to him? Because the guy is a bit like that, isn't he? How do you think I should do it, Joe? Do you think I should just
I'm
rip him
very
and rip?
curious. I know people think I'm joking when I say this, but I'm not. I'm very curious if his dildo sales go up when he's on TV. Do you know what I mean? Like, how is this impacting his business?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, he's trying to, I think he's released a book, hasn't he? So that's the reason he's doing the debate, isn't he?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, should be good. But how do you think I should deal with him? Should I deal with him academically or like both academically and street?
I think you should, because he's all emotion. He's very easy to trigger. Trigger him with facts.
That'd be funny.
Debate him like he's a chick.
Yep.
Cool. All right, cool. It'll be good. See you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. We're starting the space. It might be a bit earlier, like 3:15 p.m. Eastern. We're starting the space a bit earlier. But have your notifications on, because if the war starts tonight, which I think it may do, we're going to be back. Much love to each and every single one of you. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening.